That deserves more than a text message. Gaming Brain, that is awesome. That is fantastic to hear. Tis a good week, I agree. A promotion? Well, hold on, you were successful in the interview for a promotion. Does that mean that you got the promotion or you just did really well for it? Either way, that's awesome. Congratulations, man. You'll pop back later. Gotta do some printing. Okay. What you printing? No, hold on. Don't answer that. You'll get distracted. Go do your printing, and then you can tell us about it afterwards. All right? You don't want to get there too late. That would be tragic. I am almost ready. I'm getting a few things modified because apparently my computer has been turning off. So normally in the past, whenever my computer has been turning off, it's been like a hardware where the computer's like, well, guess what? Everything's frozen. We're going to blue screen shut down or something like that. And I can see it from the error logs on my computer. However, the last few days, I've turned on my computer and I've had to get to the login screen, which normally I don't have to because I don't turn it off. And I will look and there is no error log. There's no like, oh, we had to shut down because there was some crash or some freeze or whatever, like normal. So I'm curious as to why I'm getting back to the login screen. And I don't know. I looked at the update history for the PC, you know, making sure that, oh, actually, okay, I'm looking at it right now, and there was a successful installation of an update today. I don't know at what time. Hey! Apparently there was one today. Okay, well that explains today, but that doesn't explain the other day that it happened. All right, one moment. I gotta move my green screen. Didn't Windows get rid of blue screens? I have no clue. I mean, I don't know if it actually blue screened. It happened while I was asleep. Hey, you can't do that. That's against the cat law. Get in your own bed. The other day, right before stream. Hey, you little turd! You... Smoky, I swear. Alright, so... It was a couple days ago. I got up out of my seat to do some things to mess with some stream stuff, whether that was the green screen or the lights or whatever it was. Or maybe I forgot my water. I come back, Smokey has stolen my seat. Well, he's nice and curled up. I scoop him up to then move him to his bed. And he does this meow chortle like, meh, like, how dare you assault me, you human? And like as if I was pulling on his tail, like he was really unhappy. And I plopped him down in his bed. And you know what he did? He immediately got up and left. Same thing now. I was just sitting in my seat. I get up to move the green screen. He is laying in front of the green screen leg. So I lift it up and over him. So then he doesn't have to move. But no. Instead, he gets up and sprints from my seat and lays down in it as I'm repositioning the green screen today. And so I scoop him up, I put him in his bed, and then he leaves. Poor Smokey. Oh, we were supposed to swap. I see. So now that he's using my chair, I'm supposed to use his bed. If only that were that easy. Hello, Pale Dutch Dwarf. Welcome back. How are you? Hello, Peppy, Eldora, Gaming Brain, Orbits, Docs, of course. How y'all doing today? I doubt Simons would fit in his bed. I mean, my butt could probably fit in here. I don't have a big butt. Yeah, mean, it's a fairly sizable bed. I don't think I could fit all of me in there, but at least I could sit on it. I mean, how much of you fits in your chair? The chair you're using right now. If it is like a desk chair. I'm not talking like a lazy boy, you know, with the ability to kick your feet up. How much of you fits in your current chair? Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. I'm gonna put some laundry on. Sounds good. I just I did my own laundry a couple days. Well, I don't know why I said it like that. Like, hey guys, I do my own laundry. Be proud of me. Compliment me in my adulting. No, when I did my laundry, that's what I meant to say a couple days ago. I'm the person who takes multiple days to do their laundry, usually. So it will, like, I'll wash and dry it, but then I will forget to take care of the drying part, and then I'll have to fluff it the next day, and then I will, when I fluff it, then I will, like, lay them out. I won't fully take care of them. I'll, like, lay out all the shirts, and I'll put all the non-shirt stuff in a pile. And then later on, I'll finally fold all the stuff and then put it away. But I'm usually the one who ends up using stuff out of the very same laundry basket that I just collected all my laundry from. I'm in bed if it's all of my okay, fair. A Secret Labs chair. You know, I was thinking of getting a Secret Labs chair. I told my folks about that. About Secret Labs and, you know, how high quality they are and how a lot of people use them. And it wasn't necessarily because, oh, that's what the gamers use, but that's because I saw a lot of people using them and it seemed to be pretty good. Very robust. But I ended up getting a GT Omega, which, by the way, is pretty good, but the upholstery for the seat is garbage. So, don't actually get one. It took very little time for my seat to start ripping apart at the seams. And when we contacted them about it, it only took like 4 months for that to start to happen. We contacted them about 5 months later. We're like, hey, can we get like replacement seat? Like just that portion or something? They're like, wear and tear isn't covered under the warranty. Like 4 months of wear and tear, really? Like that? Come on. Well, they just denied it. They weren't gonna go for it. So, oh well. You can recommend your recliner chair? Yeah, I wish I could do something like that. Actually, so a friend of mine, he's got this Scorpion station, or at least it's called like a Scorpion. So it has like this really like big plush seat looking thing. It's like a battle station, and you have this floating desk because there's like this arch that goes overhead so that you can have your monitors attached to it, and it's like a floating desk, and then you can activate this ability so that it like fully reclines. Like, oh man, it looks so cool. Wear and tear should take time. Exactly. I mean, you're lauding that this is a gaming chair, which means people are using your chair a lot. And it only lasts for like 4 or 5 months? Like, come on. Before it starts ripping apart? Good God. Also, this seat. You guys can't see it. Hold on. You guys have probably heard it. Hold on. Cat cam. This. Oh, you guys definitely can't hear it, but it squeaks. Every time I go this way, squeak, 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 squeak. Now, the reason why it does that is because it's meant to be able to actually, like, rotate with a button. But it still squeaks. Don't get this chair. I do like its lumbar support, but that's because it came with a little pillow. The pillows actually lasted pretty well, I have to say. But enough about the chair. Let's talk about the game. Because that's what you're here for, right? Not the random conversations I have that are completely unrelated to what we're doing. Nah. Well, the Secret Labs, I have seen where they're like, yeah, this thing could fully recline. I'm like, man, I'm a little jealous. But to be fair, I don't really ever have a need for that. If I was going to recline, that would be to either go to sleep, which I'll just use my bed, or if I was going to like lean back and watch a movie, which I would still use my bed, or I'd just go into the other room. You were enjoying it? I mean, we can continue the conversation. I'm just thinking we still have the rest of this crisis and 2 more to get through. So let's at least get some action going, you know? Are my armies already here? Where are my armies? They're on their way. Smokey, don't you dare start clawing up the carpet. You silly cat. Don't tell us what to do. Quick, everyone buy a chair. Use my non-existent promo code. Yeah, let's do that. All right, where are the fleets? The fleets are in this system. I was, that's right. I think I was going to head back through the wormhole to clear out the upper section, but we need to clear out this guy first, which is one of their prime fleets. I think that's the first fleet that came through the system. I don't know why it's not 20 billion anymore. Oh, the Aura of Desire is affecting it. Is that my aura? Maybe. The promo code increases the price. They're like, oh, you got referred by that guy? Yeah, you're gonna have to pay extra. Because he hurt our feelings, saying that our stuff was bad. So we ended yesterday with our 3 vassals here becoming vassals. Bulwarks is what I meant. Yeah, vassals are becoming vassals, chat. You heard it here first, folks. Gamers be gaming. And we actually have their loyalty up. We're working towards it. It's a little rough because divided patronage, the administrative oversight, the borderless authority, all that stuff. However, we're going to get extra loyalty from our holdings. As long as they stay loyal, that's all that matters. Now, I don't know how well they will interact with a... So, if I lend them a fleet, I'm going to assume it counts towards their nav cap. Which means if it counts towards their nav cap, it would also count towards their upkeep. And our fleets are rather expensive. I don't know if they can afford one of our fleets. I don't even know if I could find out how much it costs for upkeep. Like, there's no detail here. It's like, oh, this fleet? Oh, yeah, it's 2,000 minerals in, or 2,000, whatever. I have no clue how much this thing costs. I could find out how much each ship costs, and then I get added up myself. 92 for the Titan? That's a lot of upkeep. I was going to gift them all, like, a fleet. And then just, you know, war against somebody, let them deal with it for me. Fun way to bankrupt an empire, like giving them stuff. So I used to do that a lot. When, when Paradox added the mechanic of this new mechanic of having, like, vassals, I would always go under their agreements, and I would do a regular vassal, but I would demand like a crazy amount of their resources. Because as a player, my thought was that the AI gets extra resources just so then they are stronger and they don't crumble. Well, I didn't realize that doing this to them would cause them to have an economic collapse and literally implode. Because later on in the game, I would constantly have where my vassals would split. I would be suddenly drawn into a war. I'm like, who the heck are we fighting? Because I didn't have any offensive agreement. It was all defensive, so they warred against us, and that's because my vassal has split in half, because half of them are like, we're too angry. So it wasn't until later I realized, oh, I think that's because I bankrupted them with all of their basic resources, and they got too angry. I thought it was like, oh, it's just like, oh, insurrections can happen. We're just adding that as a mechanic. And the AI were just handling it poorly. No. I was making them handle it poorly. Are you guys moving into position? Okay, good. I just can't look into that system while that happens. Game lags way too much. So there's another fleet here. A lot of the fleets that we've been engaging, we've won handedly, but we actually haven't been destroying anything. We've only destroyed, like, out of their 15 ships, maybe like 1 or 2. So we haven't actually, like, eliminated the fleet from the galaxy. We've just temporarily displaced them.
Our forces engage the enemy.
I would love to watch this, but I'm a little concerned for the FPS. Smokey. You want attention? Come here. Come here, Smokey. Crazy cat. He's just meowing for meowing's sake. Oh, there he is. Come here. Come on. What? Do you want attention? Come here. Okay, fine. No attention. He came over here. You stop messing with my cord. You're being a pill. All right, we have evaporated their primary fleet. See, look, they only lost 1 ship, but they got 0 shots off on us. So it was a total victory on our end. Oh, shoot. We have another delivery? What is with all these deliveries? Frick frackin', snick snackin', patty whackin'. There's nobody there! They were barking at nothing! There wasn't even like an animal in the yard. There's nothing that I could see or smell. I don't know, maybe there was something. It's a boogeyman. All I know is I'm upset and out of breath. All right, let's go back. We'll clear out this fleet. Then we'll go back to the wormhole. And we'll use the wormhole to try to get up to the northern territory. Where is this wormhole? Here. All right. So we'll kill this fleet. Then we'll use this wormhole. We'll go up here. We'll clear out the rest. They're spreading like wildfire. We really only have to destroy their these stations. But they're gaining more as they go. I could use more fleets, or better yet, I could split the current fleet. That's a lot of ships. That's overkill. We don't need all of them. So how would I select half of them? I don't know. How many are here?
Hydrate or dihydrate?
I also don't know. Like 10? 20? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18? 9? Nine? Maybe? Oh. Was it a ghost? Oh. I stretched enough running up and down the stairs. I don't need to do it more. But I do need to unshrimp. So I went to make hot chocolate. As it turns out, the house is out of what is basically the most important ingredient. Milk? Oh. I shall return. All right, you go get your milk. You go get milked. Again. All right, you are group 2. You are now group 3. Group 1 is all of them. But I will split you. So group 2 will come down here to clear out this fleet. Group 3 will come over to the gateway. Or not the gateway. Milk and snacks. Away! I love that.
Our station is under siege.
What? Where? No way. Oh, right. It's in the north. Yeah, the northern territories we just don't care about.
Spaceport silenced.
No, you're right. Is it still 80% of the galaxy dominated victory? Or has it changed? I don't think I've had that before. Like, a victory condition for dominating like most of the galaxy? No. I don't think I've ever had that. Even when I completely took over the galaxy. Well, actually, when I completely took over the galaxy, I was technically the only empire left, so I did get an endgame screen. But I clicked continue so we could fight against a crisis. Right. Cool.
Another eye has opened.
Yes, more eye opening. Armies are getting stronger. Okay, so they've taken the bastion now. Put another garrison down. And then we will land these forces. You need to do the same. Have they taken the habitat? They haven't taken the habitat. I knew I should have taken it for them. You took the habitat here, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you already have it. Yeah. All right. Good. Good. I knew that. Okay. Where did that fleet go? Move here. Better yet, I'm pretty sure that they're going to keep using the hyperlanes. Maybe. Here's the problem. So, I've had this issue in the past where we tried chasing down an enemy fleet. Oh, shoot. Am I selecting the right group? Yeah, okay. That's number 2. 3 will be in the north. 2 will be in the south. Anyways, wait, what? I thought this wormhole was connected. Oh, it's connected here. And there's a fleet there. Okay. That's fine. Anyways, so when you're trying to chase down a crisis, right? You usually chase them down via gateways and hyperlanes. But ever since they added these hyper relays to speed up connections, the fleet will choose whatever they think is the fastest. So they will choose to go through a hyper relay when, yes, that is the fastest method of getting there. But it is a terrible strategic idea because let's say I wanted to fight this fleet and this hyper relay was the best choice to get here. So they would enter in right on top of the fleet rather than using our ranged artillery, which is how we're able to do all this damage without any losses. So that's been rather frustrating, and I think they kind of changed how some of it works. But that's only if, like, the territory is not yours. If the territory is yours, I think that they will still use hyperlanes if they consider it faster. All right, we're trying to chase down this fleet. Looks like they're actually manually entering the system. So we're going to tell them to hang out over here on the edge so we can engage them all at the same time with a full salvo. This system has been cleared. I would like to focus on killing these extra dimensionals because they keep taking more territory, like the actual fleets first, before clearing up the stuff, the anchors. Because otherwise, as I'm clearing anchors, they will just make more. So we're going to move here. This fleet is on the move. Hopefully it's not moving backwards towards us. That would be awkward if it did. I wish I could see where their intention is. There are some games that I played where, like, orders are given and you could actually see their intention. If you had enough information, you could see, like, what direction they would be moving or, like, what area they're going to.
Hostile station engaged.
That happens a lot in Distant Worlds too. So in Distant Worlds, you can tell that a fleet is incoming towards the system because that's their trajectory. You can actually literally see it. Let them cook. They're not fighting you. Okay. I see what you're trying to get at, like let them destroy my enemies, but nobody's really my enemy. Like all these other empires, I want them to be strong. I want them to be able to defend themselves, but they can't. That's the problem. Is they can't defend themselves. They don't have the resources, they don't have the technology. So I have been subsuming their population to make it work. All right. You're here. So if I select this fleet, oh, you're engaged with the station right now. You jump in and kill these guys. Put them under new management. There's just too much. There are too many. Too many to deal with. If the game allowed me, which I truly wish you could, if each fleet had its own automation option, fleet automation, where you can have it be like like if it's just manual, so you have three like a button here and a button here. You have this button that says either manual, automated defense, automated assault. So automated defense will go from like inside your territory to defend systems, and automated assault will go to your enemies. Manual meaning you have full control. Then another option here that has 3 different categories, right? Engagement high, engagement medium, and engagement low. And that would be like whether you would fight against an enemy higher than you. So if they have more strength, like it's pretty much just irregardless, fight people. Medium, where you're roughly equivalent, or low, where it will only engage if it has, you know, the upper hand. and then it would just do its own thing. Sorry, just smack the heck out of the microphone. I'm sure there's a mod. I sure wish there was. I wish I knew what it was. I don't mind that I have control over wars, but when you're in a galaxy this big and I have so much stuff to deal with, that is so much micro when I'm already having to do other micro. I have over 100 planets I have to deal with. I don't want to have to micro a war at the same time. This is also why I would wanting to try to get a vassal swarm build, so then I could just build the vassals, so then they could do all the fighting for me. I could just declare a war and then not care because they'll take care of it. Where are you going? Oh, right, you were fighting that thing. All right, so if I tell you to fight this fleet, where are you going to go? Directly through the hyper relay. So here's a point. So if I said I want you in this system to fight this fleet, instead of going from this jump point to this jump point, they're like, oh well, the quickest way there would actually be to use the hyper relay. Well, there's an enemy fleet right on top of it. I don't want you to go there. I want you to go here. But they won't. This is the prime example. This is a problem that I have with fleet management, that because if I did this, we would have for sure losses. We would have guaranteed losses. But they won't do it because it's not considered efficient. And I can't manually tell them, ignore the hyperlane or the hyper relay. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. It's frustrating. In fact, this guy could be hyperlaning right back towards me, which now I feel compelled to move. So that's my example with how the hyper relays had kind of broken strategic combat. I don't even know if these guys are actually going anywhere. They could just be sitting here, which means I can't enter the system without losing people. Technically, I don't really have to. I could just keep moving north instead, which I will. I'm gonna ignore this fleet.
Our station is under siege.
This is in territory. Oh, actually, hold on. Do I care about this? Did I modify these? No, these are like raw planets. Nope.
Spaceport silenced.
So anyways.
Construction ship under attack.
What? Oh. Wait, a pirate fleet? Under attack by a pirate fleet? Excuse me? Oh god, my vassal has a pirate fleet problem? Well, they've got like a super station here. They should be fine, but they're gonna lose all of their...
Hostile station.
What little fleet they made, they're gonna lose. Oh man, those poor
truths
poor
have
guys.
been revealed.
You know, I kind of wish that there was also some like vassal tech. If you had like, let's say, efficient bureaucracy, not bureaucracy, sorry. What is the other one? The feudal something? Feudal society. I think that would be kind of cool if you can get techs to like improve how well you deal with vassals. Like either more loyalty or maybe you're allowed more of them. I don't know. Unique agreements. Or maybe that would be a tradition. That should be a tradition. Feudal tradition or something like that, right? All right. That fleet has been eliminated. No, actually, wait. Yes. Yeah. All right. Let's get this one too. Hopefully. So I'm hesitant to give an order that far away because apparently a lot of these ships are of different speeds. So some of them will arrive into combat before their allies do. And that could be bad. Are you still just gonna sit there? Okay, now they're moving. So now, since they're moving away from the relay, if I went into that system from the relay, it would be much more acceptable. How are we still not making enough energy credits? I have been getting several more of these multipliers, and it's still not enough. Alright, wait for your reinforcements, and then we'll invade. Gotta remove these anchors. How many more do they have? 1, 2, 3. What? How did you get over here? This wormhole. This wormhole must lead to some wormhole over here. There's very few wormholes I haven't explored. I know that there was one in this northern territory because I didn't have access to it. I don't know. It's going to be a red one. Because if, you know, once you've... Oh, it might... No, is it this one? Maybe. I could figure that out. I think I still have my scientist. I need to recloak them. And then recheck out that wormhole. So, chat, what Paradox game would you guys like to see next as a series?
Station engaged.
I'm really wanting to do some Vicky 3, but with EU5 on the horizon, I'm wondering if I should get back into EU4 just to refresh my memory. Much like, you know, I mean, it might be too wildly different. Kind of like, why would I revisit Crusader Kings 2 when Crusader Kings 3 is so different? Like, it's the same when it comes to like mechanic ideas, but like how you follow those mechanics is different. Crusader Kings 3, I've been wanting to do that with the Viewer Kingdom. I know I will be doing the Under Heaven thing. I suppose we could do a community game before Under Heaven happens. Wait a minute. Oh, they took this station. Okay. Oh, that poor fleet. Oh, no, wait. Are we going to go through here or the hyper relay? Please don't. Just don't. I need to pay attention to that. I cannot let them do that. All right, you guys are done with your order. I need you to come up here and eliminate that. Which is going to... Okay, that's wild. Fine, whatever. That means I need you to group up here. All right. Okay, they're not going to go through the relay. Hey, Hamster, what's up, man? I'll probably do a straw poll in the Discord as to which people would prefer to be next. Get 'em, boys! See, this time they decided to go through the hyper lane versus the hyper relay. It's very interesting. I don't know what makes them make those decisions. Straw poll? Oh, you just got here. Or at least you just started typing, so I don't know if you saw what we were talking about. It was, what would be the next Paradox game people would like to see? And, because I've been wanting to do Vicky 3. EU5 is coming out soon. And Crusader Kings 3 Under Heaven is also coming out soon. So there's quite a few choices. And there will definitely be some like required gaming. So EU5's release, I will definitely be playing. The Crusader Kings release, I will definitely be playing. Now, I would like to try to do a co-op stream with want to when it comes to the Crusader Kings. But those are the release streams. Then there's the idea of multiplayer. I think a multiplayer EU5 would be a lot of fun, but I don't know how well the game will run, especially with multiplayer. So that may have to wait. All right, the southern side has been cleansed. There is no one bidden on the south, so we can now use this fleet to help clean up behind this one. So let's get them into positions to clean up these systems, while this fleet continues clearing out their stuff. Did you come from a higher plane of existence? Yes, very high. They're high. Where you invade China as Vikings? Oh man, I don't know if that's really possible, because there is a limited distance for your invasion. I don't think it's considered unlimited, so it might be that China is considered too far, unless you are a unlanded character. Then maybe. Even then, you have to slowly make your way over there. No, I'm pretty sure that we would spawn in China. And we would have to work towards one of us becoming the emperor. I have 7 Discord messages? What the fudge? Imagine a wandering noble start. Use a long time to get there. Yes, it would take a long time. It would. But that could be pretty cool. Or you could just make a custom character and just make your character a Viking and just pretend like you just arrived. Who needs to actually spend the time to do it when you could just be like, guess what? I was there the whole time. All right. I was really hoping that during this crisis, we would be able to earn enough funds to afford more fleets, but we are struggling with our energy credits. Granted, we had collected a good 30-odd planets extra, so from this habitat here, all the way up to this habitat here, all of these planets can be repurposed to just energy production. The issue, though, is that I don't necessarily want to rely on retaining them, because these are all throwaway planets, let's just say. I don't care if something happens to them. I shouldn't care. All I cared about was their population, and I got what I wanted off of pretty much all of them. 44,000 on the whole world? How many are unemployed? $5,000 and 16,000 assimilated. Okay. Yeah, true. They do need to be moved. Anyways. Yeah. Chamber of the Fortress. The enigmatic fortress. Ah. Interesting. So I wanted the extra pops. We got a lot of extra pops, but now these planets are not of great use, but we can still use them. That just means that I'd have to go through each of these and do a little bit of modifying. Unfortunately, looks like some of these I can't make what I want them to be. Like this one, No react. You know what? No, we're abandoning any station. Any orbital is getting abandoned. Not worth it. I'd rather spend the influence on removing it. Don't care. It shouldn't be 200. It should be like 100 or 50. 200 is crazy. What a crazy amount. All right, so all these planets need to be repurposed as generator worlds. We're all going to be generator worlds. Now, I would like to be able to do this while the rest of the game continues. Won't bother with the orbitals. They are going to get abandoned. Now, normally this wouldn't work because I don't have any pops on these planets. However, as tank bound, I don't care. Hold on one moment. I have a cat that needs to be spanked because he keeps destroying the carpet. And you. Okay. And I need a haircut badly. Okay.
Do it.
Do it? I tried, but he ran. Funny enough, cats are very agile and hard to catch. Next time, though, he'll just get the spray bottle. Y'all, you guys can't see it. That's right. The lethal weapon. The one all cats fear. Wetness. Thank you, Army. And hello, Crossroad Knight. Okay. Right. All these planets have been swapped to generator. Now I need to actually change them. Oh, okay. We'll be doing this as the crisis gets contained. So I'll have to do this while the game is unpaused. Generator.
Hostile station engaged.
You know what? We will actually keep one district on all of these, just so I can use those for like resource holding, do like shrink spaces. We're in combat with which fleet? Well, the fleet that I was just trying. Yeah, okay. So all these. That's really what's causing a lot of the lag, is all of the little ships. Okay, you are going to be given a cleanup order. There's a fleet here. How? How did it get past me? Okay. I'm still going to give you a cleanup. Another fleet has appeared. A wild fleet has appeared. Okay, this one was actually doing a lot of the kills. Let's do some more cleanup. Let's actually go this way first. And then go back this way. Okay. I'm being a little lackadaisical with those orders. I really hope that won't come back to bite me. It probably will. Oh, shoot. Before we do anything else, all of these worlds can become Gaia worlds. I don't see any... Planet is too unstable. What? Really? Is there a thing for me to do for this? Why is it considered unstable? The planet is too unstable to terraform. Okay. Okay, whatever. Honestly, I really don't need these big Gaia worlds. It's not a big deal because we're not going to be having anybody working these planets. But I figured I may as well start it. Cost us very little in the long run to do. And the few people that will be working on these planets, I may as well make them happy. Okay. Oh, there's no mining districts here. That's awkward. Some of these planets are just horrible. Like, I wanted some of these to be able to do energy. I mean, I just wanted them to do energy. That's it. That's all I required. And they've got one district capable. That's crazy. Wrong district. Beach. Oh, they have planetary things too. Whatever. I'll get to that in a moment. This is why I need to be able to what is the word I'm using? I'm not using words. Wow. Mostly. Blueprints, whatever. I need to be able to be like, hey, here's what I want this planet to be. Okay, I could just automate, but there's no way the automation is going to do what I want it to do. It's going to make some silly choices. You know, actually, to be fair, I haven't tried automation in a long time. I really don't know how complex it can be, or how intelligent it is. I truly don't. Blueprints or templates? That would be really good. Yes, templates. So that way I can say, hey, here's what I want it to look like when it comes to the industries, the building types for the city districts. Yeah, that would be really nice. But no! I don't. That was unnecessary. Necessary. All these extra buildings that don't need to be placed. I can't even put down a single generator district on this planet because there's too many crazy things happening. Oh. doing this for a reason. And that reason is more cowbell. I mean, technically, that's right. On console, it works great. Not sure how it works on you guys. Or raise everything. Yeah, like a wipe clean. Yes. Yes. Also, something else that I wish you could do. So if you selected a building and you clicked replace and you replaced it with something else, I think that it should take part of the resources from that building and put it into the new one. Maybe that would take a technology, you know, maybe that might not be necessarily something that all planets can do. This planet doesn't even have generator districts. What is happening? What is the point of anything? Nano Locus. Some of these planets I took are just abominable. Man, oh man. Hello, Alaska dude. Welcome back. How are you doing? Ruined districts. I gotta say, that's probably my fault from the invasion and the bombing and the wars and everything. Yeah, it may have been my fault. Well, actually, I didn't do any bombing. I don't bomb planets. I don't see it for it. Okay, so all of those are now doing their thing.
Never give up. Never surrender.
I agree. Which is why I'm not giving up. I'm giving down. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around and desert you. Sorry. Felt compelled. How dare they? How dare they? Not yet. I had my yogurt this morning. No, I do need to have a protein bar today. I do. Happiness. Everybody will be here. All right, who are we fighting? What are we fighting? Nothing. There's nothing here. You lied to me! Oh, he was already dead. Xenomorphs cause devastation? What? No. Really? Oh. That makes sense. Another system abandoned. Another habitat. Heckin' habitats. Can't stand them. Another extra dimensional. Yeah, you know, you can take this system. Honestly, I really don't want it. Just you didn't eat his breakfast. I had my sustenance. I had some. I had my yogurt, which is my usual sustenance. Granted, yes, I didn't have, you know, more than that. I have time. I didn't give myself time. Instead, I had more sleep than food. No lunch or dinner? Hey, remember time zones. Come on. That was breakfast. No lunch or dinner? It's only like Like, I start my stream at 11 a.m. I haven't had lunch or dinner because lunch and dinner hasn't passed yet. You silly goose. You silly duck. I mean, if it had been all day, then I would also be tisking myself. Absolutely. Absolutely. No. No, I have my protein yogurt, and usually I would have something else. Most of the time, it would be a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. However, I forgot to buy more bread. So, no peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for me. Or rubber ducks. It's cuter and sillier. True. My little ducklings. My little ducklings. True, true. All right. This fleet, continue the clearing. There's actually no enemy fleets down here, so I will queue up the rest of this combat. And we will go all the way over to here. Hopefully these invaders are not heading south again. Let's see where they're going before we ignore the rest of these orders. They're going somewhere. All right. At least I thought they were. Oh, shoot. They're in the north! Yeah! Zappy zap! I will test other streamers, then check in on Dolphin. Okay. Sounds good. I look forward to hearing about your tisking. Are we actually having a food problem? Really? 4,000 a month, that is a food problem. I mean, I do have almost 800,000 population, so I suppose that makes sense. I only have a handful of worlds actually doing food. These urban expanses, I don't think I could do more nutritional complexes. Can I do a nutritional complex on these? I could. I could, actually. Okay. Or we could just scale back a little bit of our science on these ones. Instead, we can go back to agriculture. And this one urban expanse could instead be farming support. And we could do that on these worlds. I think that that could be deemed acceptable. I'm gonna also change that one. Oh. It will lower some of our stuff, but we could just put it on a different plane. So we have some space here. Dimensional fabricators, where are you? Don't hide from me. No, seriously, where? There's so many freaking buildings, dude. There it is. It's gracious. Any other buildings missing? No. All right. So we'll change those. That should solve our food problem. We'll keep an eye on these. All right, you have your orders. You have a few orders. Where are these guys going? Unknown. There's also this fleet that just left back to the gateway. I really don't like the fact that the crisis has access to a gateway. If I told you to go to this system, where would you... Okay, so some of you would go here and others would go through the hyper. Let's go from... Let's go here. So they won't use the hyper relay into a system that we don't, that's like not friendly. So they wouldn't use the hyper relay into the extra dimensional. But if the extra dimensional is already in somebody else's space, then they have a problem. By the way, I need to put some more admirals in charge. I should probably hire some more. Now we're running. 37 commanders. We have a 99% XP reduction. As long as it doesn't go above 99, you know, that would be a problem. I don't want people to be losing XP, you know? There we go. Combat. Wipe them out. Save the galaxy. Oh, you know what I've also been thinking about doing? I don't know why it just came to mind now. A Terraria game. It would be a multiplayer hot join where, you know, my community members can join in whenever they'd like. And we would be playing on like super hard mode or whatever. I know that they like there was a hard mode and then they added like another mode on. I think they added another mode on top of that. But I really enjoy Terraria. It's one of those guilty pleasure kind of games for me. And it's a game that not a lot of people play anymore. I haven't gotten to play it in a while because it's not really a game I want to play on my own. I want to play with others. I think that would be an interesting game to play. Welcome to the chat room.
The land opens.
Why am I getting that notification? Welcome to the chat room. Was I disconnected? Was I not in the chat room?
Silenced.
Space form silence. No, station silence. Oh, there. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah. All right. I want to clean up quite a bit of this before we just gun for their portal. And the reason why... Oh, they destroy the Caravanneers. You know what? Go for it. The reason why I want to destroy these, like, most of their fleets and stuff before having finished off the actual crisis from, you know, from the portal down here, is that if I wipe out the portal and I still have the Unbidden around on the map causing problems, and then the next crisis spawns, then I'll have to deal with them and the remnants of the Unbidden. I do really want to stop them. Right now, they just keep expanding. Just keep taking territories. Even though I have 2 fleets now trying to stem the tide, it's taken a while to make it happen. All right, pause for a moment so I could give food orders. Do that. Do that. Do that. And do that. There we go. Yeah, that did cause a considerable amount of people to get upset because now they're no longer working those science jobs. But we need the food. I had been selling a lot, and then I stopped selling, and then now I was making negative. We did, like, with all these wars, we have gained a insane amount of pups. So I do need to feed them. Rising unemployment. Oh, well.
Another eye has opened.
You know, to be fair, no. I'd rather just change some of the planets around than go into doing like extra food production technology.
Hostile station.
Besides, I think it's only like 5%. What is it? 5% food from jobs. And we're not making a whole lot. 5% when it comes to my energy credits is a big difference. But 5% for the food jobs, pitiful. We're in combat. There's an enemy fleet. Yeah, no, that's the same fleet. You don't have to keep reminding me, okay? I was worried there, thinking that we were engaging a fleet without me being aware of it. Right, they're not continuing in the south. They do have one extra dimensional fleet down here by the wormhole. So we should go back. I could split these fleets up again so I could get 3 offensive fleets. You know, take 30% from the 2 fleets and combine them. Well, there's no nearby enemies here, so we can help regain Gaming Brain's territory. Not sure how good of a position he's in to actually, like, maintain it, though. What? They're using the hyper relay. You're not supposed to. That's an enemy hyper relay. How is that legal? That's not right. You shouldn't be able to use an enemy's hyper relay to enter their systems. Wait, hold on. This is considered unowned. Oh.
New truths have been revealed.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that it should be considered owned by the Unbidden, right? I mean, I guess maybe the Unbidden don't understand this technology, so it wouldn't be like they could even operate it correctly.
Station engaged. A voice reaches out.
Oh, you guys are still alive. Kind of surprised. Okay. I want you guys to enter this system and eliminate this group. You'll end up having to deal with the station first, but... Alright. Is there a non... If I go to my ship designs here for the Enigma, is there a non-hanger? Nope, they all have hangers. I was going to try to see if we can get a design type that didn't use hangers. Granted, that would remove our side bombers and a lot of damage, but that would improve the actual gameplay. You know, the performance of the game would run a lot smoother.
Battle has commenced.
Battle has commenced against one of their construction ships. Yeah, that's right. You better learn who's the real boss here. Silly construction ship. I worked hard on clearing that out, and now they're just... And now they've come back.
Hostile station engaged.
You know, we might be able to pincer
Our
the
forces
northern area.
engage the
So as
enemy.
this fleet goes north, this fleet can come from this, sorry. Yeah, this one goes north. This one comes south. Like, we could engage between the... No! We jumped on top of them! All right. We're going to have losses. How many did we lose? One... 3, 5, 6, 11, 15. 17 escorts and a handful of battleships. That's 66,000 outlets worth. And that wasn't that bad. Could have been worse. Okay. Now, we head south. We'll clean up this area. We'll clean up this area, and that should actually be... Gosh dang it, they're right over here now! Okay. Well, they can't go any further. I'd like to see them try. And they very well might, actually. They're heading to this jump point, which is my system, which has my defenses.
Horizons are upon us.
So we will actually get to see and test just how strong my defenses truly are. Because they're about to invade one of my actual borders. They haven't gotten to my real borders yet. Until now.
Hostile station engaged.
So, I guess we'll find out.
The land opens to
Need to make sure that this group, though, continues to receive orders. Actually, I want this group.
The
Arrive
conclave
here.
is ready to act.
I honestly really don't care about that anymore. 6 million. I'm more interested in watching this. See how this turns out. 8 million versus my defensive force. I have a 3 million fleet in here due to it being in our own territory. We have the 700,000 stations, and we have the psionic aura on our side. However, that hurts enemy hull and armor hit points when the enemy doesn't use armor. They have hull, but they don't use armor, so it's not nearly as potent as it could be otherwise. Ugh. Let's see what you got. Here they go.
Our spaceport is under siege.
All right, the first salvo. Wow, that damage. That was an 8 million. Was an 8 million. There's the second salvo. Utterly annihilated. We actually, not only did we annihilate them, but we literally annihilated them. Well, decimated. We took about more than 10% of their actual ships. Like, they lost them. It's not like they escaped. They're gone. What an overwhelming success. That's big. That's very big. Okay. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable about the following crises. I mean, are you jumping?
Hostile station
Are you
engaged.
jump driving? No way. Are you actually jump driving? I don't think I've ever seen the AI jump drive before. They jumped. Where did they jump? Here? That is the first time I have seen the AI use their jump drive. Like, I knew that I was told that, oh, the AI can now use jump drives, but I've never seen them actually utilizing. That is the first time I have ever seen them use their jump drive. When was the last time you guys have ever seen the AI use their jump drive?
New horizons are upon us.
I've never actually seen that. That's wild to see. For a while now, I thought that they just wouldn't use their jump drive. Not that they can't, but that they just didn't need to. The AI never really figured, you know, oh, I should jump. Hardly ever. That is the first time I have witnessed the jump drive. There have been periods where I'm like, oh, how did they get there? That's crazy. No, this is the first time I have literally witnessed. Oh, and they're doing it again. Oh, no. Which means that my borders are not as safe as I thought. Because if they're willing to jump drive, they will jump over my border. My border guard.
Station engaged.
We didn't lose any defensive platforms, right? No, okay. Just checking. Yeah, that's kind of nuts.
Another eye.
I have a fleet here? Oh god. It's the reinforcements. They're like 3 jumps behind. Okay. Alright, maybe we should wait for them then. Oh. Oh, wait. No, it's not a pulsar. It's a neutron
New
star.
horizons.
I was gonna say, if they're in a pulsar system, they have no shields. That would be great. I didn't see the music, though I think they did it in my game to bypass FTL inhibitors. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that it did what it just did. I don't know what it was trying to calculate, because it was probably just going, oh, I want to go from A to B. That's my designation, or that's my destination. How should I best get there? And it shows jump drive. Most of the time, they'll just plow through system after system. But if they found some reason not to do that, like they would have run into my fleets, then I could see them doing it. But that is the first time I have actually witnessed them using it. I have had where suddenly the AI appears behind my lines or in an area where I'm like, there's no wormhole, there's no gateway, there's no L gate. How did they get there? Jump drive. That's the only explanation.
Hostile station
This is just the first time
engaged.
I have witnessed it with my own eyes. I'm actually getting it. All right, let's get our reinforcements to arrive. Then we'll see if we can jump over before they leave this system. How is the Southern Fleet doing? It is nearly done with this cleanup. In fact, when it is done with this cleanup, we'll have it jump in and finish off this armada. We'll only have one more. I think that's the last one. This is the last, anchor. So this one is about to be destroyed, then this anchor, and that's it. I think then we can finish them off. Unless they've made another anchor somewhere, which I don't see. Slowly delving deeper into the mysteries of Graveyard Keeping. Honestly, it sounds pretty cool. I would like to try that game, but again, there's so many games on my list of what I would like to play and try that unless I have multi-game streams, I just can't get to all of them. Which I could, I don't, but this is a unique series. It's taken me a lot longer than anticipated. All right, so I have an unbidden fleet to my right and an unbidden fleet to my left. Let's get the left one first, because that will also be a station, and then we can move to the right one. Clear that one out. Our first salvo disintegrated. Like 2. I don't know if I would say 3. It depends. If it's like I've been given a couple of indie game keys, I might, play multiple in a day. I've actually been receiving a ton of key requests in my inbox, but those are from some of them are a little sus when it's like, hey, go to this website to secure your key for our game. I'm like, no. If you don't give me the key, I'm not going out of my way because that sounds very suspicious. But there have been several other games that I've been given access to, and I just don't have time. I just don't have time for them. I haven't been able to fit them in because, you know, there's game releases and then there's series that I've been having plans to do. Just don't have the time.
Battle has commenced.
Also, all of those keys that they give me, none of them offer like any compensation. They're just like, hey, if you want to stream our game, here's the key. Again, all right, I appreciate that. Can you at least pay for my lunch? Maybe? Please? Kind of need it.
The land opens to our will.
Look at all those torpedoes! That is so awesome. And then the lightning. Lightning's a lot cooler than torpedoes. Okay. That one's been destroyed. We have this one, and I think that's the last one. I can actually check. Unbidden anchors. 8 dimensional anchors active. No. No. Is it just counting systems? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess this system would be the 8th, technically. What are you? There's a bug in your bed and you're trying to eat it? What are you doing, dude? Smokey. Hey, leave it. It's not that you're in trouble, all right? I just don't want you. Oh, God, it's flying. Ugh. It's dead. Sorry about that. I apologize. Well, Smokey's with us now. He's hanging out in his bed. He's showing how fearless he is of the spray bottle. Yeah, see? It's only when I shake it, when he hears the liquid, he gets concerned. Because he knows the water bottle isn't inherently evil. Just when it's being used. There you go. You get a little bit of cat time. You're so soft. Yeah, you're so soft. I'm gonna use my de-static pad before I touch anything again.
New horizons are upon us.
Didn't turn off the stream, did he? No. I had to check. All right. You are on the border and you're heading to it as well. So let's hang out in this system and prepare for that fleet's arrival. This fleet needs to destroy this group. So let's get you on the border. So if we can get that salvo lock before they leave. Yes, Ruby. I know you're there. I can feel you. Yeah. Ruby, back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Thank you. I don't need you under the desk. Stop. Stop it. Oh, you're so strong. Thick little girl. And she's gone.
The land opens to our will.
Alright, once the fleet is in position. Oh, this fleet is changing its mind.
New truths
Too
have been
late!
revealed.
You're dead already! In a moment. More damage.
We fight.
Hopefully we're still far away from their engagement range.
Hey!
You wanted to say hi and share the good news of the ball? The dog ball? It's too late to apologize. It's too late. True. It is too late to apologize. It's too late, Chad. How you doing today, Ghost? Mr. Ghosty Fish. They're just sitting there. They're not even moving.
The land opens to our will.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to clear out all of these. Where does that wormhole lead? That's this wormhole. Okay.
Another eye. has
Sick
opened.
leave. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. That's unfortunate. Do you know what it is you have?
New horizons are upon us.
What? That adds 5% habitability? Wow. So if you add 3 of these, in fact, I think that you can also place them on urban districts? Or was I mistaken? You can. So, I don't think you can get above 100%. Because clearly, with all those other habitability bonuses, we're not above 100%. But if you have a really terrible planet, you just put enough nourishment complexes. It's pretty nice. And we're back in the positives for food. That's big. Okay. Let's go down to our new worlds. Quite a few of them need some TLC. First of all, let's abandon these ones. We don't need these habitats. I don't want them. All right. Get one of you. The rest of you. Doesn't feel like the best use of that planet. The relic world is relegating it to a handful of energy districts. So Taya, on your sick day now, what are your plans? What are you doing to keep yourself occupied? Hopefully you've been doing plenty of rest and relaxation. You know, I would like them. I would like Paradox to allow you to have a checkbox here of like under your buildings list to either favorite, so it always shows at the top, or click a button that's like obsolete. That way you never see it again. Like resource silos, I'll never want to build again. Therefore, that is a building that could be considered obsolete now. And then I don't have to scroll through it. Let's rest, think, learn a new kind of job, and decide if I'm still sick after 6 weeks. Oh. Oh. Okay. What's the story of the red bottle? What red bottle? Sorry, I'm suddenly focusing a lot. That's the wrong district type. I don't know what's going on, tell you, but I hope that everything turns out all right. My vacation last week made me think a lot about where I work. Okay. Well, I hope that this turns out to be a good turning point in your life. For the better. Whatever it turns out to be. All right, those planets have been given plenty of orders, which means now we can go back and modify. Not modify, sorry. We can worry about our fleets again. You! They're still just sitting there. I really don't want to give my units the order to jump in because we'll get, you know what? Do it. We can afford it. Whatever ships we lose, I'm sure it will be fine. I hope. You know what? Let's actually get on the border though first, and then we'll do the jump all at the same time, so then the damage is spread. Oh, the Smoky Sprinter. Oh, you're talking about this. That's so at night, Smokey had been known. Yeah, I know. I can see your name.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
So cute. Hold on. We're full camming this.
Do it.
Look at him. Now, if that's not worth a follow, I don't know what is. You can actually see him on the camera up there. Camera within a camera within a camera. He's just so relaxed.
Hey!
Cat! Cerise, this is the perfect time. Yeah. He loves this bed. He really does, especially now that it's getting colder in the wintertime. He loves this bed. It's so nice. Now, this bed was gifted to me. It was as a... Oh! Hello. Hello, buddy. It was given as a suggestion first in the Throne account, and then it was fulfilled by one of my users. And then it was just mailed to me. Super easy. Very nice. So if you want to send some stuff for him, for Smokey, go to the Throne account. Exclamation mark thrown in the chat. Granted, I have to approve the suggestions, so then people can't send me silly things like maid lingerie or a singular lime or a fire extinguisher. I don't even know why that was suggested. Somebody is trying to send me a fire extinguisher. For what reason, I don't know. Good boy, Smokey. Yeah, I don't even understand what the point of the fire extinguisher joke was. But somebody's like, oh, we'll just send you a fire extinguisher. Okay. Whatever. So, hello, Cerise. How you doing today? You heard him. He wants a fire extinguisher. Lime-colored maid laundry. I returned. Welcome back. Oh, you missed? Well, you may not have missed it. We were having some cat cam time. He's just looking so adorable with his head just, oh, so relaxed. Anyways, how you doing, Cerise? Is your room a fire hazard? No. So it wasn't that the room was a fire hazard. I think that we were talking about the fact that we have, like, my house is made of logs. It's made of wood. And wood is flammable. It's a very good source of burning. So I think the thought was that I didn't have a fire extinguisher on hand, and so somebody probably made a suggestion for it. I honestly don't remember. That suggestion was a while ago. For safety reasons. Yeah, of course. So, hold on, we were doing something, and then I was showing off the cat. I don't even remember what it was. Oh, right, the throne account. That's right, that was what I was talking about. Okay. We're making big progress here. That's true. Gaming Brain, after he earned 1,000,000 points, is now going to come and visit. So, in November, he will arrive at the airport, and I'll go pick him up. And we'll probably do some co-op stuff on stream while he's here. No! One of my Titans got eliminated. It just disappeared in front of my very eyes. My boy. My beautiful boy. Look at all that damage they're doing. They did over 1,000,000 damage to armor. All right. Now we're going to see just how much of a loss I took, because I jumped on top of them. Look at all those unnecessary losses. And yep, one of them was a Titan. Now, how expensive was it? 143,000 alloys. Granted, I could afford it, but those were unnecessary losses. That hurts. He's gonna have a cookie sheet like, who wants cookies? Oh, pick me. No. It's not in California. I live in Washington. Washington State. Although, you know, back when I lived in California, there were many days that there were, I mean, it's such a fire hazard. And the whole state has so many fires. I remember days where at school, they wouldn't let the kids outside to play because the air quality was just dangerously bad. Ah, yes, the smoky sprayer, yes. Oh, right, yeah. So there came a time when he started to just make noise. Make noise for the sake of making noise. It's not that he needed anything. He just wanted to make noise. And then he would start clawing at the carpet. So I didn't want to have to get up and out of bed every time. So I brought that, and I started to train him that I would shake it and then spray him. So now all I have to do is shake it, and he'll stop what he's doing. Please be wearing a brain costume. Do I have a fire extinguisher? We do have fire extinguishers in the house. Yes, we do. So I think the conversation had come from the fact that I live in a log home. And I also live in the forest. So if there is a forest fire, I'm going to make sure that I have plenty of marshmallows. Well, this area has pretty much been cleansed. We still need to cleanse this part up here. And then we need to finish off this unbidden and then back down here. So this fleet will clean up this. This one's cleaning up this. And then we'll come down and clean up the rest. How many are we on now? 7. That's a lie. I hope. 7? Have I played Age of Wonders? Yes, actually, I played it close to its release. I don't know if it was that I had early access, but I was given a key. Pretty sure. I don't know. But I do have it, yes. In fact, actually, I've been recently watching some YouTube content on it. I mean, anytime Spiffing Brick comes out with a video, I watch it. I can't not watch it. But he hasn't been the only one. The Grim Cleaper is also somebody who I've been watching. There's vampires now? Well, if I'm going to be playing anything with vampires, it's going to be Anbanar. I really want to come back to Anbanar. I'm just feeling the fantasy mood.
New horizons are upon us.
I'm really feeling the fantasy mood, and I've been wanting to play more Vicky 3.
Hostile station engaged.
And then with EU5 coming out, oh man, could you imagine EU5 with Anbanar? Oh, I'm going to be playing the heck out of EU5. I'm so looking forward to it. I do need to reach out to Paradox, though, and request a key, because I haven't done that
The conclave is prepared to convene.
Am watching somebody break a game like Bane did to Batman? True. You know, I still hold my claim to fame that I was so good at Stellaris that I beat the Spiffing Brit in a multiplayer event. Even though he was bug abusing. He was doing some cheeky tactic that let him have as many Titans in his fleet as he wanted. And he joined the session as one of the Fallen Empires. Aspec was one of the Fallen Empires, and Spiffing Brit was the other one. And they both fought against me, and I won. And then after I won, I was kind of told to fall on my own sword, so I did. Because I couldn't have the bad guy win, you know? No, it wasn't during Timelines. No, this is during a Paradox-sponsored event. This is back when I got paid to do Stellaris content. Hey! I haven't been paid to do Stellaris content in a long time, other than by you guys. The dev team is working on a version for U5, but it's not out yet. I mean, I don't doubt it. I'm just wondering if it would make sense that Paradox would be like, hey, you guys have done such a phenomenal job. Here's some keys so you guys could keep doing that kind of stuff. But I just haven't heard about it. Yeah, so that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was the aquatics event. Because I was joined by, I was playing as a Gestalt consciousness. I was playing as an organic hive mind, so it was my super strong suit. And we were all about food. At first, we were very passive, like we weren't super aggressive. However, the aggression started when we found out that Burke Black, who was playing also in the event, he's another content creator, was playing as the new dragons. There Be Dragons origin. And we're like, hey, that dragon sounds tasty. We would like to eat it. He's like, this is our deity. This is our god. We're not going to let you eat our dragon. I was like, you're not going to be able to stop us. And so there was this whole like war, and the whole galaxy banded together to stop us. And we weren't supposed to win. So I wasn't supposed to. At least that wasn't the plan of the people who were, you know, putting this whole story together and roleplay. They expected me to lose, but they didn't tell me that I had to. They just expected that I wouldn't win. But I did. And they're like, oh, well, we didn't plan for that to happen. So now that you won, you have to lose the end. It was, oh man, it was quite the event. So I came up with a roleplay excuse. I'm telling you about this way afterwards because during the event, I was like, I won't tell anybody. Don't worry. It will be like it was meant to be. I messaged the host, which I think was Maxfish at the time. I was like, hey, since I'm a hive mind, if you destroy my homeworld, if you get to the homeworld, we'll call it like you've stopped me. Well, they did one further. They brought a Colossus and they imprisoned the homeworld so I couldn't psychically connect to the rest of my planets, kind of a thing for the hive mind. And I'll tell you, I had half of my fleets hiding in one of my rear systems. I had a rear system that had a nebula or whatever, so people couldn't see inside of it. And I had half of my ships there. I sandbagged the final battle because I wanted to make sure that I lost, but I wanted it to be kind of close, you know, like, oh, it was a good effort on my end. But I only had half of my fleets there, and the other half were just hiding because, you know, I had to make it look good. I could have won if I wanted to, but I was being paid. So, and it was a role play event. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a PvP thing. So it was for good role play. And to be honest, it was a good ending. It was a good ending. I did feel bad that I lost, but I know I could have won. I could have fought against the whole, I was fighting against the whole galaxy.
Another eye has opened.
And what's great is I ended up going back through the VOD and I watched from A-Spec's perspective and Spiffing Brit's perspective. And there were so many parts where like, man, this guy must be a genius because he's got, you know, all these gateways in certain spots. And, you know, so that means if we go over here, he is just coming from behind over here. And I'm thinking, I put those for defensive reasons. I wasn't necessarily like thinking 4D chess, but they thought I was. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's probably on. I know that they have the host perspective, like the observer perspective on the Paradox channel. I'm pretty sure that they still do.
New horizons are upon us.
I'm not really certain. I know. I don't think I have the VOD for it anymore. I may or may not. I'd have to check my YouTube. In my parts, is my parts. Hey, it could be. It might be. It would have been a long time ago. It was around the Aquatics release. So you have a date. You have a frame of reference of when it would have happened. Man, that fleet is slow. Wait a minute. I have both groups going to the same spot? What? No. What? Why really? You're not supposed to be. I have this fleet going up here. And then this fleet should do like this area. What's your fastest route? All right, go that way. Over time, performance is better than it is currently? Honestly, I haven't played that late into the game of Crusader Kings. I actually haven't gotten to the end game date. I have not completely finished a game of Crusader Kings because I have the same issue with Crusader Kings that I do with Stellaris.
New horizons.
And that is
are
once I
upon
get to a
us.
point where I feel so powerful and like nothing can stop me, I kind of lose the will to play. I mean, granted, I'm defeating the crisis here, right? And there's still more to go. But if I were to defeat all the crisis before the endgame date, which is the 2500, I would think, why would I complete the road to 2500 when there's nothing left to do? All I would do is just let the game run. So, to be honest, I have it's been very rare that I actually let the game run all the way to the final date. I've only seen the score screen a handful of times, and that's usually whenever I conquer the entire galaxy or I've blown it up.
Hostile station engaged.
The Dead Diary says that the performance is less good to start with, but the amount of time it takes for a tick stays roughly consistent, and then it increases over time. That's weird. I've never heard of a game where the performance starts awful. Well, not awful, but bad. And then it gets better over time? Interesting. All right, that one has been cleaned up. I don't think that there's any other unbidden areas. All other unbidden has been destroyed, other than the stuff in the south. So there's this one, and then this one, which we could just kind of rush for. And then we have this. I don't even know where their fleet is. They have a fleet still. I just don't know where it is. Oh, well, there's one here. That's a partial. They still have a full one somewhere. But I don't see any noticeable reds on the map. They are adding a lot. I mean, that's good to know. They are adding a lot. Is there an Anbadar for Crusader Kings?
We fight.
All right. So that fleet and the station are being eliminated. It should be the beginning of the end now. How do they still have 7 anchors? That's got to be a lie. That can't be right. They have no other territory. There shouldn't be any anchors. They don't have any planets. They don't have any systems now other than the one in the south. This one and then the final. Oh, we could shoot it! Maybe this is how many they'd had rather than actively have? I don't know. Let's get this fleet ready to invade. Oh, it's in development? You know, at this point, I'm wondering if they should just, with their success, if they should just come out with their own game. Like, that mod has had such success. It kind of reminds me of DayZ. You know, DayZ as it was a mod originally for Arma. And it had such success that they were able to make their own game. Granted, their own game was not nearly as successful as their mod. But no, it became more successful. I'll retract that. It did become more successful. It was a rough start.
The land opens to our will. Hostile station engaged.
That's true. They would have to make their own engines and mechanics, you're right, rather than adopting. You're right. But that way, they could potentially earn revenue off of it versus having to subsist on donations. Now, it's completely up to whatever their intention is, right?
New horizons.
There's a lot of mod creators out there that are just like, I just really enjoy making the mod. No intention of making money off of it. You want to buy me coffee? Great. Kind of an idea.
horizons are upon us.
So, did I just accidentally kill that group without intending to? Because I think I just did. Yeah, okay, let's get both fleets then, in preparation for the final strike. Hundreds of volunteers. Yeah. And that's pretty cool. That is very cool. Pretty knowledgeable for a brain that could cook you with food. That's pretty good. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute! This is my success! You better not steal this galactic security partnership.
Hostile
I
station
swear.
engaged.
I did all of this work, and if you take the reward, I will crush your empire.
New truths have been revealed.
Oh, hey, Gaming Brain. Does Terraria interest you at all? Because I was thinking about doing a stream series with it, with the ability for Ko-fi members to join. The galaxy is a safer place. It was me. I did it. Give me the credit. It was me. It was all me. I did 99% of the work. You cannot take this from me. You better not take this from me. Right. Send the fleets back to... We got the Warlock! Let's go! Relic found. Good. Good. Alright. Sublight speed increase and weapon range increase. Huge. Massive. Immense! Large. Gargantuan! Have you ever seen the other two factions? I have, actually.
A voice reaches out.
I have seen the second faction, and then the third faction were like, hey, don't worry, we're here to help, had also appeared, only to have them never lift a finger. Titanic. Yes. Monumental. Ah. And everybody's closing their borders again. You little so ungrateful.
Our knowledge expands.
All right, well. Very well. Look, we're back up to making food again. Hey, we have enough stuff. I can abandon another station. Good. Get out of here. What was I asking about Terraria? Yes. Sorry, what about Terraria? It was just if you had an interest in it, because I was thinking about doing a series where I do its hard mode, but it would be like a hot joint series. And we got an ad. Where I would be playing through all the bosses, and my Ko-fi members can hop in and join and participate. I might open it up to non-Ko-fi members, but it would just start with Ko-fi members. A multiplayer series. hardcore? No. Whether I'm good enough is irrelevant. I refuse to do hardcore games. The only kind of hardcore games I would be willing to do are those roguelite or roguelike games where death is intentional and they have some form of meta progression. You know, like Hades. Which, by the way, apparently a second Hades came out.
Knowledge expands.
And I wasn't aware of this until it was already released. No, you are not.
New
Okay.
horizons
Very well.
upon us.
I mean, I was thinking about doing it as a series, and the intention was to have my Ko-fi members participate. But if my Ko-fi members aren't interested, then there's no point in doing the series, necessarily. That's not to say that I couldn't do it with public, but I would rather it just be Ko-fi members. That no was in response to the question about if I could survive hardcore. Oh. My mistake. I apologize. Personally, you're more interested in Minecraft, prefer the open-ended nature of Minecraft. Asked you to do it's built. So that was something that I had thought about almost a year ago now. It was actually in November. When I was doing, I tried Minecraft. It was one of those, it was because that's when I was given the ultimatum. Like, I had almost only like a month or so in order to try to fix the stream. And, you know, I started like, all right, I guess I'll start playing more mainstream stuff like Minecraft and Fortnite. Thank God I didn't have to get that far. But anyways, with that in mind, was I did the Minecraft mod, the vaults, whatever the vault stuff was, and I never ended up doing multiplayer. I don't know if I could play base.
New horizons are
I
upon
just,
us.
it's too open-ended, and there's not enough like progression for me to think, okay, you know, I have a clear goal. Be like, I get diamonds. There you go. That's it. You're done.
The land opens to
Vault
our
Hunters. I think it was Vault Hunters. Yeah. Sorry for confusing you. No worries. So, Dux, in Terraria, the default game mode, the only thing you drop on death is the money. That's it. But you can also store that. You can bank it. So you don't have to lose pretty much anything but time. Reach and kill the Ender Dragon. But I didn't even know that that existed. That wasn't made aware to me. I just spawned into a world. I'm like, I collect blocks. I collect resources. And the most epic of resources was diamond. Therefore, once I got diamond, I was done. I had no idea that there was an Ender Dragon until I stopped playing. So I wouldn't call that a clear goal. Honestly, I wouldn't. Because I didn't know it even existed. It's in the achievements. I didn't even know there was an achievement section. At least not that I remember. I probably could have been showed it. Whatever. I don't know. I don't remember. You remember? Because I don't. I don't remember. All right. Planets are taken care of. Well, they've been given orders. So we'll just wait on them. Right now, we're just sitting pretty for the next crisis, really. How did it, what? An astral rift? I need to replay Terraria, but they ruined it when the developers took over the console. It's painful and difficult to read. Like, the text of the game is difficult? Is it okay to ask about where the ultimatum came from? The ultimatum? What ultimatum? Oh! My parents. So, I live with my parents because of my health. I was out on my own and I was doing a job. I had a regular desk job. And suddenly my health started to deteriorate rapidly. And we weren't sure why. It became so bad to the point where I was texting my mother. And I said, at this point, I will be in my bed until I die. I can't get out of my bed anymore. I just don't have the strength. I was having such an issue with fatigue and exhaustion and pain that I would stop breathing to recover my body. I was so exhausted that I would take breaks from breathing because I couldn't keep doing it. I had to make hard choices in the day. Do I get up and shower or do I get up and eat? Because I don't have the strength to do both. It was bad. But my mother, once she heard about that I was going to be when I said, I think I'm going to be in bed until I die, she rented a truck, drove down several states to pick me up. She says, I'm bringing you home. So she cleaned up everything in the apartment. She loaded pretty much everything. I did what I could, but I really couldn't do much. And she took me home. So since then, I have seen doctors. I've got medication. I've got some help, both medically and psychologically. I also did acupuncture, which, to be honest, gave me a good portion of my life back. But I still struggle with my health. So while I was here, I resorted to streaming because it was something that I could do on my own time. I was playing games, so it was something that I truly enjoy. And it gave me a sense of purpose. So first streaming was more of a hobby. And then it became something I thought could actually be an occupation because I have talents for it. At least I thought so. I think so. But over the years, I've been doing this now for 5 or 6 years. Almost 6 years now, actually. It feels like it's been 5 years for 5 years. Like I've been saying that same thing. Anyways, my parents said, this isn't working anymore. You can't, this can't be your life because you can't live off of this. So they wanted more from me. So they've said, if you can't make it work, then you have to do something else, which means I quit streaming. So there were hard choices I had to make with making major changes to the streams that I didn't want to do, like paywalling or playing games that were more mainstream because it would get more viewers. It was a tough choice, but some of those choices were necessary. Since then, progress has been made, and so I've been granted more time. But this year is the last year, really. If I can't prove that I could make something happen out of this, this will be the last year. Very kind mother. Awesome parents. They've been so supportive. They are the kind that they love me enough to support me in anything I need, but they also love me enough that they don't want to enable me. So that's why this is the last year. I need to shut up next time. No, that's fine. It's just I don't mind talking about it. It's just a serious subject, and some people don't want to hear about it. So it really brings the mood to a somber level. We're trying, we swear. I know, and to be honest, it's it's sad that there's only so many that want to make it work, but not enough. So it's this pull between the people who want it to continue, and I want it to continue. But then if it doesn't, the devastation on both halves. So, yeah. 4 more Zymus. That would be the chant. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. So, yeah. Kofi has been a huge help with this situation. Doombot, who's been showing up here occasionally now, has had really helped with trying to steer me down the right path to making this something that can work. He's been a little MIA recently because he's been very busy. He's been doing a lot of stuff in his own life, which is very fair. Gotta look after yourself first. It's hard to help others when you struggle to help yourself. But sometimes helping others can help yourself. Depends. That's also why I tell Chad, you know, yes, I need this to be able to survive streaming. But I don't need it to survive as a human. Don't put yourself out for my needs because I still have food on the table and a roof over my head and a warm bed to sleep in. I will live, I think. So don't cause yourself distress over me. It's not the point of the channel. The point of the channel is for you to want to be here because it uplifts your mood, makes your day better. It's something for you to look forward to, something to be a part of. Not to feel beholden to, tied to, forced, you know. Sorry. Actually, we don't need the military applications anymore. We'll do peaceful. Happiness. Everybody happy. Ah, there we go. Give me more than 10%. More damage. How many modifiers do we have on that? Somebody wants a commercial pack. Oh, it's plus ultra. You know, sure, why not? I'll have some packs with my vassals. Why not? All right. What are your stats now? 350% platform damage. Very good. This is our only vassal that's managed to expand beyond our borders so far. I kind of wish that I could feed my other vassals, you know? But they don't have any claims on any borders, and since they don't border them, I can't give it. Like, if I took Oldorat's territory here, I can't gift that to this vassal because they're not bordering it. In order to trade systems, they either need a claim on it, or it needs to be directly bordering. And since they're inside my territory, that kind of makes it hard. Did you end up taking that thing yet? You still haven't taken this.
Has opened.
Come on, man. I've given you all the tools you need. You just need to do it. Just do it. Did you destroy your generator district? What? I can't believe that. Are you really? Why? You're now making negative 400. Have you done the same? No, you have yours. You have yours. Why did you destroy yours? It's because you only had one district? How are you going to keep up your economy? Your economy is going to be in shambles, dude. You can't subsist on my goodwill, I don't think. I don't know if that's going to work. Overlord subsidies, I don't think that's going to be enough. Also, we're going to change your agreement here just a little bit. That's crazy. They can try. Sure. True. I should have picked a different system. I don't like that it's sitting on top of the other one. All right. Commercial packs. We need positive relations or trust. How do we not have positive relations or trust? You're kidding me. What else do I need to do? You are my subject and I'm improving relations. Are you not doing the same? I don't think they are. Destroy the dimensional portal. Yeah, actually, their loyalty is going to start falling. Needs to get to the next level of relation. Yeah, but like, how is the trust not going up when I made them my vassal, right? Or how did the relations not start as good relations when I created them as a vassal? All right, well, what do you guys think the next crisis is going to be? It's probably going to be the contingency, and we're going to be forced to fight Satana last. Welcome back, Cerise. You were out in the garden? Very nice. Did you get any produce? I haven't checked on our garden. We do have a garden. There's not a whole lot in it right now, but I haven't checked on it in like a month and a half. Army of rubber ducks cheered up 1,000 bits. $10. Thank you very much, rubber ducks, for your love and support. It means so much to me. It's such a joy to have you here. Every time you show up, it brings a smile to my face. Thank you. I look forward to 4 more Simuses with you. We have I'm pretty sure we have zucchini out there that I haven't checked on in
A voice reaches out.
a month and a half. So there is likely massive zucchini out there that need to be pretty much pruned and tossed, because there's no way we're going to be able. I'm not going to use it. But the deer could. Deer can eat. Banned slogans. No worries. Or nibbled ones. Well, so we have had, depending on the problem, we have had some issues with critters getting in. But we've done our best to make sure that that can't happen. We have it fenced off. We also have this special wire that runs around the edges to dissuade birds from flying by. We have an owl thing, like an owl statue, inside the garden to also scare away critters. And we have a mesh that when we redid the garden, we put a mesh down in the ground, this mesh wire, to prevent anything from being able to dig up. The zucchini survived. We also have peppers out there too. So, probably use some peppers. Fresh peppers. Brown and strawberries, raspberries, tomatoes, onions, and peppers. Wow. That's awesome. That is awesome. I like onions. Onions are awesome. I have a soft spot for onions. Now there is such thing as too much onion. I have had like it was just a couple weeks ago when I had guests here. They did this Mexican spread that they made. It was a unique Mexican spread because two of them were like celiac level gluten intolerant. But we did have access to was some phenomenal food. But they had diced up onions, and it's not very often that I get access to onions. So I put a considerable amount on my food. And so as I was eating it, I was regretting having put so much because it went from overwhelming flavor to overwhelming spiciness. I did not expect it to become so spicy from onions alone. Cheaper than buying food? That's fair. I don't mind gardening. Well, I don't mind there being a garden. I don't want to do the gardening. I don't like having to do all of the planting. I don't like having to do all the pruning. I don't like having to do the collecting. I don't want to have to do all the weeding. There's so much about the garden. Like if I had a significant other that wanted a garden, I'd say, go for it. I will help you make it. But it is your responsibility afterwards. I don't have to deal with anything to do with it because I don't like being outside. It's just work. It's just so much work. Especially if you do it wrong the first time. Man, we had to so our garden, we had to pull everything out because it was, since we're in the mountains, we don't have very flat terrain. So we had to rent a piece of equipment to dig out and level part of the garden into terraces. Because otherwise, it wouldn't work. It was just too much of a pain to be on the hillside. So we had to do this leveling of the terraces, and it was so much work, so much effort, so much dirt having to be moved, and then the wiring being put down and nailed in place, and oh my gosh, and the weeding, I hate weeding. You'd rather deal with a garden than deal with humans? I'd rather deal with humans than gardening. Especially if there's bees or wasps or spiders, bugs in general. Onions with a side of burger. Oh, I love that. Like if there's like a gourmet burger place we go to, I'm like, I would like regular onions and fried onions too. Grilled onions, put those bad boys on there. Give me some pickled onions. Throw those onions on there. What went wrong the first time? What went wrong the first time was that when it was first created, it was on a hillside. So, whenever you're trying to stand in the garden and collect stuff, you're on a slope, a steep enough slope that it became
Our knowledge
problematic.
expands.
Right? Like if you have a bag you're collecting stuff in and you put the bag down, the bag just tips over because you're on a hill. You're constantly like leaning and stuff in order to collect things. Like the stuff isn't growing straight. It's just frustrating. So we redid the whole thing. It wasn't flat. No, it was on a hillside. So we pulled all the poles out. We took apart the fence. We rented this skid steer. It was a standing skid steer. So instead of one that you sat in to ride around in, it was one that you like stood on the backside of, and you could manipulate the bucket and everything. And we did what we could to try and clear it out. It was a pain. But I will say that the result is much better. Although, to be fair, I think it would have been even better had we used elevated beds instead of putting it directly into the ground. Because elevated beds make it a lot easier for you to collect stuff on because you don't have to bend over. And you're a lot less likely to get weeds because that they're not, you know, the stuff blowing around won't blow into the beds usually. The elevated beds. For retail, I have to deal with so many people. I mean, when I was working retail, most of the people were fine. Not everybody was rude. The average person was just average. There were bad apples that I had to deal with. Don't get me wrong. You know, some where you just grit your teeth and like, thank you, have a nice day. I hope you find everything you're looking for in the bottom of a fire. No. But. Ooh, being autistic working retail. I see. I didn't think about it. I remember when I was working in Home Depot, every once in a while, the Home Depot website or help thing would contact us because there would be people who would have questions or that they would be looking for something. And so it would contact the store to see if something was there. Like I would get a phone call and somebody was like, hey, I have so-and-so, Mr. So-and-so on the line looking for a 50-gallon drum, pressure drum or whatever. I'm like, all right, let me talk to them. And I would tell them, yes, here it is. And they'd ask questions and whatever. I'd do my best to answer them. But I had a gentleman who was, I believe it was actually the 50-gallon drum he was looking for. We had a 25 and a 50. But nothing else. It was like the smaller and then the big one. And as I'm talking, he's like, gosh dang it, I got another, it wasn't AI at the time because that term wasn't really in existence. Like, I'm talking to another computer. I want to talk to a person. I'm like, this is a person. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, don't worry about it. So I get that sometimes. Because so hello, how can I help you today? Gosh dang it, I was hoping to talk to a person. I am a person, thank you. Feel awkward if you're asking for an item and it's either next to the employee or a row over. I mean, they're there to help, right? Unless their job is clearly not for that. Like if somebody's like the truck driver who just delivered a pallet of goods, you're like, hey, where can I find the mustard? And they're like, do I look like I know? Just too smooth. Yeah, actually, there was, oh man, those are some more Simon story times. We may as well while we're waiting for the next crisis to spawn. two different instances. Actually, there were quite a few Simon story times I can have with Home Depot. One of them was when there was two ladies that came in, and they were asking about something, and it was in the gardening department. I was like, I know exactly where that is. I can show you. And as I was leading them on and talking to them, they said, "That's an interesting accent. Where is your accent from?" Californian. And we're in California. I don't understand what kind of accent you're talking about. I'm like, is it the radio accent? Like, for how it was talking, it was very professional. I'm like, how else do I explain that? They were Californian too. I don't understand. We're like, oh, that's an interesting accent you have there when you were from the same place. I got hit on by one of my coworkers. It was a guy. I guess I was just being too friendly, but that was interesting. I had to let him down. It's like, hey, I like you as a guy, but I'm not into guys. I apologize for, the disappointment. And he's like, oh, he was disappointed. And I appreciated him for. It felt really nice. It felt super nice, even though it was a guy. I was like, was super sweet. It was very sweet. It was very nice to be wanted like that. What's the supermarket made to us? Made their suppliers and drivers wear something that politely and obviously shows that they are not an employee. Yeah, that's why you never wear khakis and a red, polo to Target. Because I've had that happen where I'm wearing like a nice pair of jeans and my red collared shirt. Somebody walked up to me, hey, where can I find such and such? I'm like, I have no clue. I don't work here. Oh, man. I'm flattered, but I don't swing that. That's pretty much what it was. I had a hint. I mean, I could tell that he swung that way. But I wasn't aware of how he felt about me until he told me. But there was another time. There was an elderly lady. It was, something like that, and she was with her granddaughter or something. And they were looking for something, and I helped them find it. And I was like, you know what? Since I've helped you this far, let me help you even further, because I didn't want, I was going to help bring it out to the car, and I was going to help load it, even though that was not my job. And when I helped load it, she asked me, the elderly lady, are you single? Or something to that effect. You have a girlfriend or, a wife or something? I'm like, no. She's like, well, my granddaughter here is single. I was like, whoa, that is so awkward. Mostly for her, the granddaughter, than me. But wow, that was, I was like, oh, really? Well, drive safe. See you later. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah. I cannot confirm or deny the existence of a significant other. Yeah. But you can find out more when I'm not working, when I get off at 6 p.m. or something like that. Very sultry like. Another Simon story time for Home Depot. There was a gentleman who had come into the store, and he was very frustrated. But he wasn't necessarily frustrated with us. He was frustrated with his situation. He had this gardening thing set up. This whole lawn system watering thing that he was setting up. And a piece had broken, and he was leaving in 2 days for a long trip. And he was so frustrated because all of his stuff was going to die. His plants were going to die. His grass was going to die. Everything was going to die. And he had he went to Lowe's originally, and they didn't have the part. So he's like, I'm here. If you could get me the part, you got my business. because he was just so frustrated with that. So I said, well, let me see what I can do. And so with what he told me was wrong, we found that we didn't have the part either, because it was a piece of the part. We didn't have a replacement part for it. So I said, let me see if I could do something else. So I used one of our computers, and the computer. Oh, right, we were doing a whole bunch of stuff here. What? We got a new item? All right, whatever. Anyways, we had access to all of the schematics. So there was a product that had a booklet to explain what it is and how to use it and everything. We could look it up, especially for gardening stuff. So I looked up his exact product he needed, and in that booklet, I was able to find the exact item that he was missing. I then looked it up, found out that it was being sold on Amazon, and that if he purchased it within like the next few hours, it could be delivered within like 1 business day, and he could save all of his stuff that he would have to do the replacement. And he's like, you know what? Like, you have gone further than any other person I've dealt with. And apparently he asked to talk to the manager and was like, this guy, he got not just my business, but my company's business. Because he had some company that he did work with Lowe's, and instead he moved it over to Home Depot because of that. I was like, I did so good. No, it wasn't a crisis. No, just a whole bunch of planets becoming Gaia worlds. I gotta go to pat on the back and no promotion for that. Not even like a 10-cent pay increase or anything. It was just, good job. Well done. Thanks for making us more money. Hey, one of my vassals has upgraded to tier 2. There were also a couple of times that I was trying to be poached while I was on my job. However, 3 different times I was poached on the job. It was for a multi-marketing scheme. Multi-level marketing. It was a pyramid scheme, but they call it multi-level marketing in order to not say pyramid, because pyramid scheme is a very well common term where it's bad. 3 different times. Yeah. Corporation thanks you. Now get back to work. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Yep. Good times. One of my favorite lines that I would use while I was working, especially in the plumbing department, was, what do you think I should do? I have this problem. What do you think I should do? And my response is, you should call a plumber. I may work in the plumbing department, but I am not a plumber. We did have on staff in the plumbing department, we did actually have a elderly man who was like 70 or 80. He had retired, but he realized that he couldn't just not. He was of the generation where they've got to keep working. He doesn't really retire. So he works part-time at the Home Depot in the plumbing department because he was an artisan plumber. He had his own plumbing business. He did plumbing for 50 years. He knew everything about plumbing. So if you actually had a question, he could be the one to give you a proper official answer. But me, all a plumber. Feed the kitty? Did you get fed? From Ponzi to pyramid to multi-level marketing. Yeah. They are illegal. Yeah, pyramid schemes are. Multi-level marketing aren't, so that's why they call it that. However, there are several brands that are associated with multi-level marketing. And after the first time that I had been approached by this, and I was like, yeah, this sounds very sus. I told my parents, they're like, yeah, no, that's multi-level marketing. Especially because you said that this was the name of their company, and they listed like 4 or 5 other companies that do that kind of a thing. The next person who came to me was like, oh, hey, we have a family business we might like you to be a part of. Do you mind if we take you out to lunch? And I was like, sure, let's go to lunch. And during lunch, they're like, hey, yeah, multi-level marketing. I'm like, I already know I'm going to say no, but I want to be polite. So we finished the conversation. I was like, I'll get back to you guys. And it was no. The third person, it handed me a card, and it had on there the name of their, of the multi-level marketing. I was like, I already know I'm not going to call you. Throw this on my way out. You're eating? Have I been fed? Not yet. No. Unless you want to, send me some Taco Bell. I'm kidding. That's why I said Ponzi and pyramid can be legal if there's a gray area. It's how you market it, I suppose. Multi-floor chronicle money opportunities.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
I just ran out of water. But you know what? Fine. Since we are going to give the kitty some treats anyways, we may as well go over to his camera. Give him some love and attention. And we'll go get some agua. Then we'll give him some treats. Okay. So what if I said Smokey? What if I said Smokey? What if I said Smokey? See his ear twitch? You guys can't see it from your angle, but his eyes are open and he's staring at me right now. He's side-eyeing me. Hey! Let me see if I can grab the camera. Oh, no. He raised his head. Yeah. See, he's been doing that. He's just been side-eyeing me this whole time. Like, what do you want? Why are you saying my name? Smokey? Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. Well, guess he's coming over here. Well, now he's in my lap. I can't get up to go get my water now, can I? Unless he immediately leaves my lap. What are you doing? Okay, he's just going to lay on the desk? I think he knows what's about to happen. And he's just waiting. And the dogs? Gosh dang. First of all, let's get that voice line out of the way. I have no idea what it's supposed to mean, but we'll do it anyways. Bombastic side eye, criminal side eye. Is there supposed to be a comma in there? Is that a song? Bombastic side eye, criminal side eye. Yeah, I have no idea what that's from. Okay, give me a moment. All right, buddy, can you get back in your bed? There you go. No, you stay there. I'm getting up. Hey! Hey! By the way, hello, Kuba. Is that supposed to be Mau Mau? Kuba Mau Mau? Kuba Mau Mau. Kuba Mau Mau. Mau Mau. Get into anime dubbing? Are you offering a job? Should I do like personal dubs? Like Team 4-Star? Ugh. All right. You know what I just realized is I didn't have any music going. I just paused it while I was doing the voice line. No. Sorry. Did not mean for it to be that. All right, time for some kitty treats and pupper treats too. Delicious water. Okay. That's what you wanted, right, Smokey? Yeah. Now, as soon as I give it to him, I bet you dogs are going to start coming in here, too. You'll see the green screen get pushed around. Oh, I don't think that bit redemption texts actually say it. I don't think so. I do have it set up where monetary donations do. I think it's like $5 or more or something. But I don't think bits are set up to do that because that's through Twitch, so that's different. As I suspected, look who has decided to come by and visit. Sorry, Smokey, I wasn't meaning for you to get up. I was just wondering how intense Ruby would stare. She can be a jealous dog. She is actually a fairly jealous dog. Like, if Rex starts getting attention, she will hop in to get attention instead. If we're playing with a specific toy, or he's playing with a specific toy, she'll want to take it from him. And as soon as he's no longer interested, she'll drop it. Watch it, bud. Really? As soon as he was done getting treats, he leaves. You little weenie. You don't deal with PayPal? Your bank flags everything that goes through PayPal? You might want to call your bank. That's not right. Stash some treats near him. Wait, in your pocket? Oh, well, okay. So he doesn't like kids. So since you're not a kid, I think he'll be fine. But children, though, concern him. Guests, though, strangers, if they are adults, he's fine. He's super chill with them. But that is an interesting question. I guess we have to give the dog some treats then. Something treats. Yeah, I think we'll have to give Ruby some treats. Look at her wag her tail every time I mention her name. Huh? Yeah, you silly goose. You silly pupper. Hey, Ruby Doo. Hey, Ruby girl. Yeah. Back up. Don't go under the desk. Yeah. Come on up. Oh. She's so cute. Mwah. Yeah. And here comes Rex. Yeah. He's like, oh, is attention being given? I want some. That's a good girl. Now my hands smell like dog. Thank you. All right. So you're right. Nobody redeemed the cat treats, except for Cerise. Okay, so we have a deal, or I have a deal with Cerise. Since Cerise was struggling for a while to eat food every day, I made a deal with Cerise that if Cerise eats, then so shall Smokey. So we'll give him treats every time Cerise shows up and asks for it for free, as long as Cerise has eaten today. So now Cerise shows up, and the cat gets treats as long as Cerise has eaten. And it is a trust, you know. I can't really confirm. And hello, Dolphins! I miss my Pokemon streamer pack opening. Luck continues. Tell me more. Tell me more about these Pokemans that you are collecting that I have no knowledge of. And we're just giving the dog some attention for a moment. Yeah, look at you. Hey, Frantisek? Kittner. Hello, Kittner. How are you? Welcome. Kittner? Is that... What is it? Is that just a name, or is that like cats? Okay. Yes, we are giving treats. All right, doggo treat time. All right, 1 second. I need to fix the camera. All right, sit. Good, sit. Camera, come on, work with me here. Hold on. Camera has no idea what it's looking at. Just stay. You're fine. You don't need a whine. It's a German. That's cool. My last name is German. Or from Germany. I won't say what it is. Wow, that may have been already too much information. Okay. Back up. You're a little too close. Good boy. Back up. Good boy. A cat hair in my mouth. He opened a card worth $480 ungraded. Got the second rarest card. That's 480 euros, not dollars. That could be spent on more card packs. Wow, more card packs. Okay. You guys aren't both in frame very well, but I can't really do much about it. All right. Back up. Good boy. Easy. Gentle. Good boy. Good girl. Good boy. You don't need to eat my fingers. Oh, oh no, who took it? Aw, she stole it. That's okay, Rex. Come on, you got something on your face. Ruby, just chill. Chill. Relax, dog. Good boy. Easy, Ruby. I'll bring it to you. Good boy. Easy. Goodness gracious, you don't understand the word. Good boy. Yeah, now my fingers are covered in dog slobber. Thanks, Rube. That's it. That was a treat and a half. You both got a treat and a half. There you go. Ruby. Want to lick the dust? Yeah. May as well. I'm going to wipe your slobber all over you. I got a bunch of dog hair. All right. I should really go wash my hands. But I really don't want to. Oh. GBP. Oh, not euros. That's right. British pounds. My apologies. Either way, it was $1. He wrecked. Yeah, he left. Well, he knows that that's the deal. Like, as soon as we're done, it's scoot, Ruby. There's nothing on here. No. You ate it. It's gone. Lay down. Go on. There you go. All right. Oh, gosh! You licked the floor? I just stepped in your slobber! Unbelievable. If you don't wash your hands, you get keyboard hairs or hairy keyboards. I don't have any hair left on my stuff. It's just the grime from dog treats that's now left here. Just didn't want. Yeah, it's whatever. So that's not that bad. Okay. Slobbery dog. Well, yeah. It's normally they don't. It's not that they slobber. It's that Ruby drools when she's wanting something. Like, if I'm going to give her a goodie, like we have these little cookies, these dog cookies, we give them the shape of a bone. And when I give Rex his, he takes it easily. But then when I'm about to give Ruby's, she's just drooling everywhere in anticipation. What kind of dog? Australian Shepherd. So, we are playing as a regular organic race, which is unusual for me because normally I play hive minds, whether that's organic or machine. But we're playing with Tankbound, which is a incredibly powerful civic. I think it might even need to be nerfed or alternated or like some modification because it is stupidly powerful. Because I can effectively double the amount of effective pops I have in my empire. Since I get full free rural district working. Now, I don't know if that's been fixed for research segments. Like, I was told that some of these other segments on rings have been fixed, like these generators, right? So they do. These ones are working properly. But you still can't use a colony designation for energy generator, which is unfortunate. Kintner, thank you very much for the follow. Mind if I just call you Fren? Frentizek? Frentizik? Frentizik? I don't know. I do not mean to get it. Is it just a civic or a species trait? It is just a civic. However, it will only let you choose this if your species matches a tank-bound trait. So you have to be like either aquatic, toxic, or I think there's one other. Anyways, there's only like a handful of species icons that actually work with the tank. And you have to be one of those. However, only your primary species needs to be. We have, if I go to our demographics, our primary tank boy species oh, the initial species is missing. Here we go. It's that one. I currently have, of the founder species, 39,000 tank boys. Out of my current 784,000 population. So they make up such a minute percentage. But because my founding species is tank bound, all of my planets get the bonus. So even on a planet that has none of my founding species, still gets that management bonus. None of my stuff on this planet. But they still get that full 100% workforce. Very strong. So across all of my worlds, all of my basic generating districts, mines, farms, whatever, I don't need a single pop. So this one planet that would normally take up 5,000 population, those 5,000 pops can work a different job. In fact, it could be improved even more if they were doing production overseer. Super strong. It may become my most used trait now. I might always be tank bound. I would like to try some of the other, I would like to come back to wilderness at some point, but it's strong. How many species do I have? Too many is the answer. Way too many. Here's my species list. The reason why we have so many is because I took a lot of planets from other people. I took a lot of planets. I'm trying to be funny and do synthetic ascension, but it just disabled the civic. Production overseers disappear and the rural districts stop being automated. That's really unfortunate. That sucks. By the way, welcome back, Machine. How you doing today, man? Usually kill everybody who's not your race. You're not racist or anything. Most of the time in this game, I will... Like, my pops are my own. Your pops are yours. I keep mine. You keep yours. Unless I want them for work. But... I can't do that. So, yes, the tank bound is super strong, but it has its drawbacks. The workforce efficiency is reduced. The energy upkeep for districts is increased by 600%, which, to be honest, is kind of negligible from having full energy production. But your primary race cannot work military jobs. They just can't. So that means no armies, no soldiers, no defense jobs. So if you are playing as the tank bound and you want to invade another world, you can't, because you literally cannot make an army. So what do? Well, you have to gain another population somehow. You either uplift a species that already exists, like a pre-FTL. You can't even invade a pre-FTL because you still need an army. Or you need to get technology that allows you to do that otherwise, like xenomorphs or robotic armies. It's a very powerful early game bonus because all of your rural districts are 100% automated, so you get loads of resources. But you can't be hyper aggressive with it because you can't invade enemy worlds. You could potentially do one of the ascension perks that allows you to siphon population off of another world. Technically, yes, you could do that. You can rent armies from Earth conflicts. Can you? Hey! Maybe you could get around it somehow then. How did I get a military? I played nice until the nation to my north likes me enough. Then I was able to get a migration treaty. Then I used a colony ship with their empire type, settled the planet, and then I could do it. Distant Worlds 2 is better. You know, well, with that specific trait, you couldn't. I mean, as long as you have an army, you can invade whatever you want. Which now we have quite the armies. Armies are pretty strong. They have multiple fleets. If we combine them all, it's well over 100,000. So, man, now I want to play Distant Worlds 2. I really want to come back to Star Drive. I want to show that game off. But it's only going to break my heart. Because I'll be like, look at all these cool mechanics that never existed in any other game. Except for, actually, oh man, Star Sector. Star Sector is pretty good, but it's single player. Well, so is Star Drive. Still. You're a big fan of Distant Worlds 2? I also really like Distant Worlds 2. But I have to say that the performance in Distant, like, there was a performance problem when it was first released. That was more egregious than Stellaris. Distant Worlds 2 had such a big performance problem. In fact, the game will disallow you from playing on certain map sizes if your hardware doesn't match. It just be like, nope, sorry, we're not even gonna let you try. But Star Drive has such an incredible shipbuilding design to it that I really wish more games had. In fact, if Stellaris went that way and made combat more live action than just auto-resolved combat, that could be far more interesting. That way, you know, they have a lot less ships, so every ship makes a bigger difference. They could do a lot with that. Stellaris has a larger dev team? True. But did Stellaris have this, you know, like what size was Stellaris devs team when it was first created?
Life in the stars.
Distant Worlds 2 is pretty good, though. Distant Worlds 2 is a very complex, grand strategy space simulated game. But it has the ability for almost everything to be automated. So there's certain aspects of your game that you don't want to have to deal with, or you don't know how to deal with. Set it to automation. Let the AI do it for you. Same thing with combat and fleets. Like, I want to do planet management. I don't want to have to designate, you know, what fleet goes where and does who with what.
Another eye has opened.
We'll just set it to automate. Let the AI invade worlds. All right, we could probably stop getting army bonuses. I don't think we need that. Let's go back to strike. So each of our little vassals here. Actually, no, only two of them. Two of the three.
Another eye has opened.
Have you still not taken that thing? How have you not taken this? I built this habitat for you! Take it! It's yours! No, they're probably not doing it because they literally can't afford it. They blew up the generator district I made. Why? I have no clue. No, I could do research agreements and commercial pacts with all of you. Or not. All right, let's do a trade deal. I'm going to give you, like, a few thousand Dro. That'll make you like me. But then we could do this. Slytherin. I'm all about that Gryffindor, if you know what I mean. Don't answer that. I don't even know what I mean. You guys gonna accept the trade? Thank you. Surviving Mars successor. I wanted to watch, but I did not want to give myself false hope. It's a remaster, not a sequel. I think I played Surviving Mars. That's where you have to terraform it, right? I think I played that. Not positive. So this is hurting our influence a bit, these agreements. But honestly, I don't know what else we're going to be using the influence for other than abandoning these habitats, which we're going to do right now. You on. Right. Oh. That was a little concerning. The sound and everything started to stutter. I thought the game was about to crash. Yes, less planets. Good. All right. Oh, that was all of them. Fantastic. Oh, these things need more. It's a lot of planets in the universe. What do we want to put here? Can I put source storage? Nope. All right. Oh well. More storage! So, most games, I mean, especially in the past, I really liked playing wide. I love just having my name be as big as possible on the map. But as this game had advanced and it became a lot more complicated and there's a lot more micromanagement to it, playing wide in a multiplayer setting just wasn't truly feasible. It wasn't enjoyable, that's for sure. So, because the game shouldn't be paused, not without causing other people problems. So, I started trying tall builds. But I have to say that I have yet to find a tall build that is as potent as this wide. I mean, I have over 100 planets, and with the fact that I have my regular districts automated means I have to, I only have half the workforce required. And then on top of that, I've got all of these Cosmogenesis Fallen Empire technologies that are incredibly potent. And since I have a ton of worlds to put them on, I could get so many more resources. Versus if I only had 5 planets, or 10 at the most. Yeah, sure, my empire size would be a lot smaller, so my tech would be far less expensive. But I haven't found a build that wasn't like, oh hey, here's a game-breaking interaction that wasn't intended, that's super strong, that actually is better than mine. Planets, even with automation, I would be worried. Well, then you could just play on a smaller map, but yeah. Especially when I'm doing this crisis challenge, I just find that wider empires are better. I did try a tall empire. Whatever, it was a build that I came up with, and I was like, this seems super strong. And by the time the first empire came around, my defensive stations were a couple million each for like citadels, and my fleets were like 3 to 4 million each. But that was, I could only afford to upkeep like 10 fleets at most. I couldn't do any more than that. Versus now, military, I got 37. And I could do more. How did my naval capacity just change? I saw that. The number moved. And another one. And another one. We may as well get ready. Who knows what we'll be facing. All right. We'll end there with like 12 extra fleets or something. I didn't actually count. They need a rescaling of a lot of things. They need to, I truly think that they should just come out with a second Stellaris. That way they can move on to a better engine, something that uses more processing of your computer, better optimized, better groundwork, and then move on from there. Start with different scaling when it comes to ships and ship design, maybe even just ship combat in general. Yeah, things have kind of gotten out of control. It's the, what do I want to say? the Dragon Ball Z problem. As soon as you start putting numbers and power levels, things just got to get bigger and stronger, more powerful. Oh, your ship has 100 power? Well, mine got 2,000. Oh, yours got 2,000? Well, mine has 20,000. They're experimenting with it? Yes, yes, they are. Which I'm grateful for. I'm just thinking, like, they're, you know, I don't know. I'm not working behind the scenes. I don't really know how spaghetti the code truly is. All I know is that a lot of the stuff that people have been asking for, there have been a number of things, content that the gamer base has been asking for, and they're like, it's not really feasible because of how the game, like, they've just been adding on to more code, which is why whenever they've come out with a new thing, they're like, oh, guess what? These other things from previous expansions are now broken because there's been unintended, you know, disconnections of code. I would think that a change like how Crusader Kings 2 went to Crusader Kings 3, that Stellaris should do something similar. And they could use all of the ideas that worked really well with Stellaris in Stellaris 2 for future content. Yeah, we could roll back. If we could turn back time. There was a, I was thinking about doing a 1.0 series. Two different series. Number one, the 1.0 series, where I play back on the 1.0 version and see, you know, reminisce about how it played. The other one was I wanted to do a DLC-less run. I wanted to see if it was possible for a player who has 0 DLC to defeat the hardest crisis. Just a 25 times crisis. Not all 4 or whatever. I'm not even sure if they get access to all. But a crisis with 0 DLC. No planet tiles. We don't want to see. I mean, there's so much easier with planet management. The oldest version available on Steam. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that you were allowed to access earlier variants, but you had to enter a specific code.
Another eye has
Oh,
opened.
yeah, I don't have access to them anymore. I used to have access to the 1.0s, but you had to, like, go to their website, get a specific code to open them up. They may have just removed them. You have to go to the website to unlock early rollbacks. That's what I did previously. But I don't know if it still works, because I don't have access to them, or at least not on this PC. That was a while ago. Hey, look at all those reinforcements. So now we're going to see just how much more I can truly afford. Keep in mind, we have a significant amount of extra energy credits from these planets that we repurposed from the AI. They are practically here to just hold as many resources as possible and make as much energy as we can hold while we're prepping for the next crisis. I will not necessarily go out of my way to defend these worlds if they get incurred. But there's no reason to let them fall if I can help it. What are we doing on materials? We have over 100,000. Traitor? What do you mean? Zenzi! Well, hello, Zenzi. It still works. The code is old Stellaris. Well then. Maybe I could come back to some of the older mods too. I remember back in the day playing a lot of multiplayer with friends and them like, hey, there's a really cool Warhammer mod that lets me use Warhammer style portraits and the ships look like Warhammer. It didn't change how they functioned. It just let them have a portrait and the ships look like it. Hey, I got a Halo Covenant one. I can make my ships look like Halo Covenant. All right, fine. A lot of fun back then. There was no like meta changing. It was just, it looks cool. It changes how it looks. Too fat, too clunky? Oh yeah, no, I agree. And that's what I'm saying, is that how the game was designed and how much it is changed is already impressive, but it has become bloated. And the spaghetti code is getting more spaghettified. So it would be wise to take what they've learned and put it into a new one. And for all I know, they could be. Maybe they are. I don't know. I think Stellaris has been successful enough that it could warrant a sequel. I don't know how successful it is compared to like Crusader Kings or Hearts of Iron. I know Hearts of Iron is pretty successful because they keep doing community events with it and not the other games. Simus is abandoning us outer planets, people. Oh man. I have thought about doing that a few times in like a timelines where we have a whole bunch of planets, or rather habitats, and I just keep releasing them as like vassals and then just be like, guess what? You're free! Cause havoc! And then you see in the galactic community, there's like a massive scroll wheel of just so many different AI pulling in different directions. It'd be comical. I really want to do a vassal swarm. I was planning, it was actually the timelines after the 3.0 update? 3 point something update. I was going to do a vassal swarm in timelines because I thought it would be really like an interesting role play. But they had changed how the vassal contracts worked. Is that the Nemesis update? I don't quite remember. But when they added, you know, your agreements and this divided patronage shenanigans, pissed me off. I would completely agree with that, Dux. It would have to release like Crusader Kings 3 did and not Skylines 2. True. Solid foundation. Absolutely. They did well with Victoria 3. Victoria 3 did pretty good when it came to content, but the performance was lacking. There was a significant slowdown in the later game, depending on how your PC, like your specs, even with mine, which was granted not the best at the time, but it was okay, had this massive slowdown in the end game where like if you're in like the 1900 or yeah, anything past 1900 was like it took several seconds for a week to pass rather than several weeks passing in a second. You know, it's just completely flip-flopped. Well, so those development studios are different studios. So there's different studios working on different games. I don't think that they're having a prime studio working on multiple games. I'm pretty sure they're all separate. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that they're all separate. But yeah. Stellaris 2, Stellaris 2, Stellaris 2. Electric Boogaloo, whatever. Oh man, that would be such a cool. Hold on. All right, Paradox, you can use this if you want. All right, I'm giving this to you for free. Bam! Put me on your team. Put me on your team right now. Hire me. I got so many good ideas. Look at that. Ah, off the top of my head. But this would be really weird and awkward to look up if you're like, hey, I want to try the new Stellaris 2 game. And they start typing in STEL, and the games, and, you know, things like, technically, it's actually an I. Yeah, the Roman whatever. Pain and protein bars, you know, when at this point, I'll take it. I mean, it would probably still be Stellaris 2, but you know, their big title could have the II looking thing in it. You know how some titles when they're making, oh, I should probably 2. There, a little bit better. So it would still be LL, but the title would look like II. You know, like they just add that little nuance to it. Stellaris Universalis. Universalis. Oh, they'll have multiple galaxies in this one. You have a galaxy over there and a galaxy over here, and you'll find out that there's a wormhole that takes you to another galaxy. Oh, it's so cool. Yeah, baby. All right. Anyways, big opportunity right here. Make sure you Paradox patent that before somebody else steals it, and then sues you for, you know, using allies that come out of spheres. Anyways, now that people are gonna spread this saying there's Stellaris 2 coming. Hey, whoa. I mean, maybe we can will it into existence. Because you know that's worked for other games like Half-Life 3. I'll be famous because of a misquote. Yeah, you did say the F word. You said famous. Ban that, man. Don't actually. That was a joke. Yeah.
Another eye has opened.
Yeah, there was actually a job position that I was going to apply to for Stellaris. I don't remember can't remember the actual position name. But I had the application and I was filling it out, and I was going to put down some references. And I had actually reached out to DJ, and I was going to be like, hey, can I use you as a reference? Since, you know, you work there and everything. But he didn't get back to me. And so I waited a couple days, and within those couple days, they removed the post. Because I wanted to see if DJ would be willing. I didn't want to pester him, but I thought that would be a great reference if, you know, I get referred to by somebody who works there. Well, the reason why he didn't respond is because during those few days, they were in the process of telling him that he was being let go. So that was an interesting situation. I had proof. Yeah. And the whole thing was like, hey, do you think that I should work for them? Like, what do you think? And if so, can I put you down for a reference? He's like, I don't think you want my answer right now. No, that's fair. That's very fair. After he told me, I was like, yeah, that's understandable. That's an awkward message silence. I know it was something on the development team, whether that was game design or like 3D animation or something. But I'm pretty sure that it required me to move. It was going to be like, you know, they will pay for the move, but I would have to go to Sweden. I was like, you know what? I'm working on one of my favorite games. I wouldn't mind moving to Sweden. I think I'm pretty sure they got better healthcare than I do. Wonder how that's the first community manager. I don't know. I don't know about that part. Is that when they did the big reconstruction? Yeah, thereabout. Yeah, something like that. 3-4 years ago. It's been a while now. All right, now we're just waiting for the next catastrophe. What this shipping is doing. Still producing. Making a new batch. What is going on down here?
New truths have been revealed.
Well, I mean, I am a crisis. I'm making the game slow down. All of reality is chugging along. Compared to Rome, possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. It was a while ago. Signs point to yes. Will it appear before midnight? Isn't that in like 8 minutes? Like, I could try telling the game to run faster. That's just like whipping a horse that is already moving as fast as it can. Like, what? Is there a point? Go faster! Calculate better! Oh, an hour and 7 minutes. Probably. I hope so. I mean, the end of the game is at 2,500, so I really hope that we get the other crises before that happens. But of course, every bit of time that passes that crisis hasn't spawned gives us a bit more time to prepare. Not just with fleets, but with some technology, which we're still struggling with. Hey, we're under 500% for the tech cost. Very nice. I haven't gobbled up all the planets. There's still like half the galaxy out there. In fact, a little bit more than half. In my opinion. I probably have half the population. Can you eat more planets? Telling you, man, if I could have the invasion and stuff automated, I would do it right now. But I would be, any war would put me at any declaration would put me at war with half the galaxy, if not more. And we already did that for a while. Last time, we were at war with the entire galaxy. And then the crisis spawned, and I was like, all right, peace, 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 peace. Time out. Can I declare someone a crisis? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to as a crisis. We're gonna say no to this. An angel. We're gonna say no.
Another eye has opened.
No. 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 Let's see. Resolutions. Denouncement. No, that's just a denouncement. Elected forms. I can nominate. Oh no, that's right. If there is a custodian, then that's a problem. Crisis declaration. There it is. I could declare anybody a crisis. Like Eldorath. Yeah, you know what? I think Eldorath is a crisis. He's super dangerous. Isn't he your vassal? No. And nobody could say no to this. He has one planet left? What do you mean he has one planet left? This is Eldorath. He's got quite a bit of territory. He's also got quite a few vassals. This will kick him out of his federation. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's not that he loves being brushed or even likes it. He tolerates it sometimes. He would prefer not being brushed, I would say. I heard my name. You're scheming. I have no idea what you're talking about. Chat, don't tell. Everything's fine. It's nothing you have to worry about. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Okay, I trust you. Oh no. Now I feel bad. Now I feel terrible. I mean, I don't have any regrets because I'm not doing anything worthy of regretting.
Another eye has opened.
Let's get some more starbase capacity. In case we need them. That would be an expensive excess. How much are we paying for starbases? 2,000. Yeah, it's not like I just, out of morbid curiosity, and or who was suggesting this? It was Duck's. Yes, Duck's suggestion that I am promoting this crisis declaration of an empire. So it was a random empire. Yep. I didn't single them out at all. Yeah, I'm not even sure exactly what happened to Imperator. When it was lauded as released, like when they're like, hey guys, a new game's coming out, it's so great, you should play our game. I was busy playing other games, and by the time it did come out, a lot of people were like, not worth your time. I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll play it later when it's on sale. Then even when it went on sale, I was like, I don't even know if it's still worth my time. It's true, I'm a mess. The Galcom is just being rude with its wording. Yeah, that's why they're gonna fix you with force. It's just that I have a cunning plan. Ronakins. Freak. Uh-oh. I'm making negative money. Again. We're also super short on funds. Suddenly. Oh shoot, I need to go back to my leaders. Commanders. I need more commanders. Commander. Stormtrooper. 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 Good God! I need to turn that down! Why did you have to startle me like that? Torin, what the heck? Hello, Torin. Thank you very much for the raid. What were you streaming today, my friend? Ah, Stellaris! Unsurprising. How is your Stellaris going today? That actually genuinely startled me. Hey! You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate the heart palpitations. Are you so cunning you would put a tail on it and call it a weasel? You're doing a mind warden. Corporate protectorate run. Interesting. Protect the minds of your consumers. Very interesting storyline. I haven't tried the mind wardens yet. I have been so infatuated with the tank bound that I haven't even used any of the new civics. I mean, any of the new origins. I just am enjoying tank bound too much. The raid sound doesn't come through the stream. Does it really? Does it not? The audio browser didn't do that? Oh my gosh, it's so loud. Oh man. Made me jump. Bots are on strike today? Maybe. It could be. Well, maybe. Anyways, Uldorith is currently up for a vote to be declared a crisis. And we'll just keep doing this until there's no one else left. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Right? There's no sound for that raid? Alright, I got it. Is that a Streamlabs alert? Where is this browser source coming from? Browser source sound alerts. Okay. Unless that wasn't a sound alert, that came from a different alert that I don't have a. Okay, there's that alert. You guys heard that one. Streamlabs. Was that Streamlabs? And thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Essentially, we're supposed to be super tall, but I played it just a bit wider than I should. Running towards the Lords of War to rent out fleets to people at war and pull in resources. That's kind of cool. Making war your business. I wonder how long this is like not made this sound. If this is recent, or it's been like this for a while. Log in with Twitch. Recent event. Let's replay the sound. Okay. So that played with desktop. So for those of you who didn't hear it, let me pause the music, unmute desktop audio. That was the sound from super calm, chill music. Okay, so that's playing not through audio. That's playing through something else that isn't actually attached. So that is the browser source. Can I add that as an audio source? Control audio via OBS. There we go. So now you guys hear it. And now it is insanely loud. Hooray! Yeah, ever since I changed how my audio sets up, so then you guys can't hear the desktop audio, but you can hear the game audio, a lot of my stuff has been not playing. So I forget that I need to add that. I was trying to be more professional, and in doing so, I accidentally didn't do other, like if I had started doing it this way, then it wouldn't be a problem. But since I didn't, you heard nothing. Don't you do that to me, Ricky Bobby. You just said, "Ah, there it is." You could hear it. You heard it. You heard it. Don't gaslight me. Shadow Cabal type of run. Oh, with the proxy wars. Yeah. So we did something similar. But I found myself not doing the proxy war nearly as much because the proxy wars required a lot of influence. And I needed that influence for other things. But if you plan on just like playing small, then you don't need as much influence for other things. Yeah, I was doing a lot of proxy wars, and you actually end up getting a considerable amount of influence from proxy wars if you keep stacking them. Who the fudge? I told you. I told all of these ships. Oh, can you not reach? Because people close their borders? That's why. Okay.
A new path lies before us.
Put a charge here. Charge. Where are the others? There's more. Here we go. Let's do fleets. Go to the system. Do a commander. There's another fleet here. Another commander. Still not enough. You are L-Gate system, so you're supposed to have fleets. I made a lot more. Oh, here's one. They're hiding! Silly millies. Get a commander. Who of your patrons is the custodian? I don't think I have a custodian tier. No, I didn't name them like that. I named them like film type things, which I might change. I mean, my highest two patrons is... Actually, I don't know if I should say. No, I mean, I don't know if it's public. Is that public? I don't know if it's public on there. I don't mind saying them, but for their own privacy, I'm not sure if I should. I don't know. Never really thought about that. Oh, in the game! Oh. Nobody's the custodian. Nobody's the custodian. I won't allow it to happen. If you're paying attention, you can identify problematic empires across the galaxy and have other empires just gang up on them. Oh, you mean like declaring Uldoreth here a crisis, and since I have 6 million diplomatic weight, nobody, even the whole galaxy together, could stop me. It's a matter of a rushed release. Oh, that's always awful. When you said we have a custodian. Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. Also, my feet are cold. I don't like cold feet. 1 second. Doesn't help. Wearing shorts and no socks. Ah. All right. I got a heated blanket now. That will solve my problem. Yeah, Maku got absorbed. Eh. Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, I would have let just about any of them become the custodian. And if that was the case, then I would not have chosen the final crisis. I would not have unlocked level 5. Because if so, then I believe that starts the Galactic War. Not 100%. All I know is I can't be. Legendary Ascensions available for? What? What do you mean? Our money! Having a slight money problem. We're... Oh man. It's not terribly far to triple our nav cap now. Yeah, it is no longer multiplayer. Yeah, the rules of the multiplayer was no PvP. But ever since the event no longer became multiplayer, which was literally 1 day after, because, you know, there was a constant desync issue. It's a big multiplayer performance problem, the update. Then the AI became free game. Yeah, we did choose Cosmogenesis. No. Nahil. Nahil, Torin. Nahil. Yes, we chose Cosmogenesis because it's just super strong. Especially if you're playing wide, it just gets so much stronger if you're playing wide. And it really pairs well with the tank mount. The reason why is because all of these Fallen Empire buildings give a crazy amount of jobs. All those extra technician jobs, all those extra farmer jobs, and mining jobs if I chose them in these worlds, which I did on some of them. Anyways, but those jobs are 100% fulfilled due to the automation. So very strong. Very strong.
Our knowledge expands.
And now we're losing 14,000 energy. Do I not have... Oh, I do. I do have the crew quarters here. I'm 170% over. Let's go to... Make sure they're all in orbit. That way they're getting the cost decrease. Haven't touched Cosmogenesis since 4.0. I almost always go with Cosmogenesis. It's too powerful not to. If I can, I do. Unless I'm doing one of the Stellaris Timelines events and it's disallowed. Then I won't. But unless specifically stated, I'll do it. There's another 3 fleets hiding here. I cannot be the custodian at the same time as being a crisis. That is true. You speak the true. Hey, you got 54,000. That's pretty impressive for a one system miner. At least you didn't, well, technically, space now. You still haven't taken this habitat. What is wrong with you? Come on. Seriously? Do I have to absorb you, fix you, and then re-release you? This empire is being really dumb. First, they destroyed my generator district with all of my Fallen Empire tech buildings that I put on there. And now they're in a 400 energy deficit. And they're not colonizing the habitat I built. You do have the Dyson Swarm, and that might be promoting enough. I don't know. Hey, Craig, what's up, man? Welcome back. Salutations. I'm a megacore mega construction player myself, focusing entirely on building investments. Playing tall while I put the rest of the galaxy against itself. That's pretty cool. I like having my name be big. I like big name, be strong. Big name, big money, big stuff, big everything. I feel lost if I don't make a stream and get to listen to all this awesomeness. So thanks for saying. Oh, with that being said, let's crack it. Welcome back. How you doing? It's going okay. I'm struggling a bit with my energy recently because I've got a house full of guests arriving tomorrow. Well, some of them are arriving tomorrow. The rest are arriving on Friday. So I've got a lot of cleaning and stuff that needs to be done.
Another eye has opened.
That totally just happened. I don't know why that happened. Are the guests I like? Yeah, they're They're okay. They're related. It's fine. Map painter? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like them. They're pretty fun. The only thing I don't like is the prep work. There's a lot of prep work that needs to be done. Okay. I wonder when the next crisis will spawn.
Another
Let's
eye
actually take a
has
look
opened.
and check our current energy backups. I don't have the ability to add any extra. Well, it's not entirely true. We could try adding trade and using trade as a supplement. Hey, did they fix it? I think they did. Check it out. So trade policy here is 16,000 and the energy generating is now 16,000. So it was fixed. Last time it was like 50% of 50%, which is was not supposed to be how it was. All right. Well, a lot of empty planets. Let's make it happen. Gonna do this. You, and then that irritates me so much. Right, can I just click on trade? Well, that works.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
I don't have a whole lot of hydrate left because I spilled it all over. I mean, trade is now back to pre 4.0 days. What do you mean? I thought the Valcon. Oh no, that was a different vote. It hasn't actually appeared yet. That was something else. I've been voting no to just about everything because I don't want anything to change. Like nav cap? No. I want my nav cap reduced. Said that trade was 50% of 50%. This trade is now back. I guess so. It was always intended. So okay, let me explain. I don't know what you mean by always pre 4.0. Like as if they reverted a change that they made to balance. It's been a bug, I believe. So once 4.0 came out, they were doing the pop change. I believe that there was an accidental modification to how trade functions. And it was because of a modifier. I pointed it out before, but I wasn't sure if it was intended or not, because it doesn't say anything. Oh, oops. Sorry. default policy. Before 4.0, each trade point. Then 4.0 became 50%. No. No. So I'll explain. Not quite. Okay. So now that all those are queued up, so under the government's policies, let's go to trade policy. So wealth creation says 50% of our collected trade earns us energy credits. Now, originally it was trade earns like 0.5 energy credits or something to that effect. Well, they just changed how it was worded. Then it became 50% of trade earns energy credits. It doesn't specify how much. It just says energy credits. So the assumption could be that it is 1-to-1, right? 50% of the trade is then turned into straight energy credits. Well, your trade is supposed to be based off of your production or your trade policy. So like the trade you're getting with other empires. Right now we're getting, well, actually, no, has that been changed? The number has changed. Originally, we were getting like half of our trade, and then that half of the trade was then being turned into only half of the trade policy. So instead of 16,000, because right now you'll see that the trade policy says 16,000, then we were only getting half of that trade policy as energy credits. So it was doing half of half. I don't know where the 16,000 is coming from. That's what's different now. Consumed 32,000 trade policy. So we're making it and we're consuming it from trade policy. What? So, are we double dipping on the trade policy? No, so how they made it was that the trade policy is consuming 32,000, and half of that is given as trade and energy. So it's been split. That's what the trade policy is. So out of all the trade you make, they consumed, so you see the trade policy of the 32,000. Half of that is the 16,333 that you get back as trade. And then the other half, another 16,333, is given as energy credits. What a weird way to calculate that. That is bizarre. Okay. Well, all I know was that previously when the trade policy would say like 16,000, this trade policy would say like 8,000. I think that we were only getting half back what we were supposed to. Half of half. it works. It works. I just like it's really weird with the statement of the calculation, but you don't know where they're getting the number from. It's bizarre. How bizarre. Yeah. Anyways. That aside, we're still hemorrhaging energy credits. Because our ships are costing us nearly 200,000 energy credits. Oh no. It's because we're not allowed above 9,999 nav cap. If I was, I'm come on, just give it to me. Why is there a nav cap? Where work a cooperative civic? To make a corporate trade is converted to every basic resource. Really? What? That's incredible. Huh. Interesting. Literally said what the problem with bigger numbers 2 hours ago. What do you mean? I mean, I'm digging a bigger hole with the intention of not caring about the hole once we're done. Yeah, sure, there's a hole in the backyard, but I'm gonna move house. I'm moving. Who cares? Right? Didn't realize those needed upgrades. Also, some of these planets suck. I mean, so I stopped doing this because I didn't expect it to be necessary anymore. But I guess we can get some more ring worlds. You already have a megastructure queued. Here? What? Can you only make one ring world at a time? I don't think I've ever tried making the base of a ring world multiple times at once. Okay. Never mind, I guess. Still don't understand a lot of 4.0? Think of it this way. They cleaned up the district management, and now population is 100 for 1. So what was 1 pop is now 100. That's the most you really need to wrap your head around. Well, no, that's the thing, though, Neil. We have master builders, and I have architectural renaissance. So I should be allowed to build 3 megastructures at a time. 3. But it's like, nah, you're only allowed 1. I would assume that I'm actually allowed these other ones. I just can't build it around the current system. If I went here and clicked on this, yeah, it would let me do an art installation. But it won't let me do a ring. It's got to be that you're only allowed to start the base of a ring once, like 1 at a time. Now, I haven't done any other mega structures except for gateways in a long time. I mean, while we're waiting I suppose I could start the other ones, you know? Like, it's the Mega Art installation and the assembly. I have no need for them, but we can start them. Am I upgrading anything? Nope. I have one, but I'm not fixing it. See, I was able to queue up those other two, but it's like, no. You're not allowed more than one ring world at a time. Okay, tell that to my 4 ring worlds I have. Anyways, those ring worlds will actually be the replacement of the current planets that we're using for energy. How much are those planets producing? It's probably not a ton. Wouldn't think so. You need an upgrade. Let's find out. Wow. 3,000, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, 2,500, 2,100, 3,000, 1,200, 2,400, 2,200, 2,600, 3,000. So even like a planet with next to no districts is still producing a crazy amount. I do have a lot of support districts for it. 1,900, 1,000, 2,500. That's a significant amount of energy. Well then, that would suck to lose those. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume that it's like, oh, for the ring world, you're only allowed to build one at a time. You can have multiple, but you're only allowed to construct one at a time. I can upgrade multiple sections of the ring world, but the ring world site, I think you're only allowed to build one at a time.
Our knowledge expands.
Use all this extra energy and just buy up so much stuff that literally nobody else could afford. Or maybe sell, so then people selling stuff would just plummet their, yeah, market manipulation. I could. Possibly. Build multiple orbital rings, but fixing a ruined planet ring? Not allowed. What? What do you mean? This planet has an orbital ring. I can fix this one. Yeah. I just click this. I don't want to, because I don't care about the planet. But I could. You just need the tech. It's not like a repair tech. You just need orbital ring tech. If you don't have the orbital ring tech, then I don't think that gives you the option. I still can't fix my lathe. Where did I even put that? I honestly don't remember. I put it somewhere nearby. No. Here? No? In one of these systems. Nope. In the hot system? Nope. I don't know. I don't remember. All I know is we let it die because it was broken. It didn't work. Yeah, you could put an AI into economic ruin by buying and selling certain resources. They can't afford it. Or you could do what some other people do, which is they customize a race to have like the worst traits, and then they immigrate them to other empires to ruin their economies. I think you could just, I don't know, blow up their planets. That seems a lot simpler. That'll ruin their economy. Imagine a galaxy with only tank bound. Then nobody gets to invade because nobody can build an army. I try, but they don't breed fast enough. Alright, our trade policy should be aiding us here, sure.
Another eye has opened.
More eyes! More opening! Wait, that's it? 2%? You getting Voidcraft bonuses? Yeah, those are. Yeah, okay. We'll go for that one. Increase your speed. Faster! An extra 20%. Pretty significant. Alright, we need to build these first. First to be upgraded. Hopefully these don't cost more than they'll make. Okay. That's I never enjoyed criminal megacorps. I always found that they were just an annoyance to play. Because all it took was the AI to be like, guess what? Police! And now you make no money! I'm like, ah, man. That does mean it weakens them in other areas because then they have to work those jobs. But it just makes the holding worthless. Granted, this was back in the day when it, like, roughly first came out. He's lying. He plays them too. That's a technical foul. That is so untrue. The most untrue. And of all of the Empire types, that is probably the least played type that I ever have. In fact, it is so least played that is actually the very Empire type that DJ gives to me for events because he's like, oh, this will be an interesting twist. We'll give a really good Stellaris player an Empire he dislikes and never plays. That'll make for an interesting view. Yeah, it was a weird build. I very much agree.
Another eye has opened.
All I can think about is the white hair. With a few ring worlds, work in energy districts, we won't have to worry about it. I kind of feel like I should have been doing that. I thought, we won't need any more. We'll be fine. But I didn't realize just how long the end game was going to be. Or how many ships I was going to feel I required. When we have 9 million in storage, that won't last forever. It might last long enough, but here's the problem is, right now, I have all of these fleets that are currently at a 25% reduction. So as soon as I leave the station, this cost is going to skyrocket. Why am I in the negative? Because my naval capacity. I'm currently 27,000 out of 9,999. So my current ship cost upkeep is 189,000 energy credits. So my ships are expensive. I have probably a few too many fleets. How many fleets do I have now? 50. 50 fleets. Do you all have leaders in charge? Most of them. You don't. You a commander. Don't have one. You get a commander, and you get a commander. I haven't even bothered with the Juggernaut. Let's hire some more leaders. You know, while we're waiting, may as well. Hire. As long as I don't lose experience on them, I really don't care. What is your XP currently? 99% reduction. All right. I didn't struggle with the Unbidden. It's just that I had enough fleets that I had to spread out for the Unbidden. And I'm worried about Satana. I'm almost kind of wanting her to be the very last one we fight, because I want to throw everything I have at her. Every ship. Which will probably crash the game. Honestly, will probably crash the game. I don't think it could handle it. It probably will. $60,000 size 40 world. Exponential scaling. 40 size world? We don't have 40 size worlds here. There are some 30 size worlds we've collected. Not reduce the number of ships. Oh, right. Because I want to make sure I have more than enough. I'd rather have too many than not enough, you know. Personally. Oh no, we're down to 8 million credits. What are we gonna do? You're supposed to go to sleep 3 hours ago? Oh my. Yeah, go get some sleep, man. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. The very last Lordine. Welcome back. Any crisis hit yet? We finished our second crisis. Right now, we're kind of biding our time, doing a bit of waiting and prep work for the third. Don't know what it's going to be. It could be Satana. It could be the contingency, but we've fought the Praetorian and we fought the Unbidden. Now we're waiting. Yep. Yeah, the fact that I got the two easiest crises at the start really sucks. So the contingency and then Satana, yeah, I'm pretty sure if Satana's last, it would be impossible for me to damage her fast enough before her regeneration repairs the damage I've done. Don't worry about it. That is certainly not a word I allow in chat, but As long as it wasn't posted, we're forgiven. Yeah, she's going to be insane. Especially since every consecutive crisis doubles in strength. So the first one was 25 times. Next one's 50. So Unbidden was 50 times. Whoever the third one is will be 100 times strength. And the last one will be 200. If Satana's the last one, it might be game over. We'll see. Satana is a very interesting crisis because it's different from the others. Not just because it's named different, but it has a whole different mechanic of how you go throughout the crisis. It's interesting. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because I struggle with it. You'll see. If we get her next. I don't know. We're nearing 5 hours.
New truths have been revealed.
In this 5 hours, we cleared out the Unbidden, and we're doing some prep work for the next one. I have drastically increased my ships. We're now at 27,000 out of the 9,000. I really don't care. Passive. No, the Scourge. So we fought the Scourge first. The Scourge was the first crisis, and the Unbidden was the second. Now we're waiting for the third. The only two crises we have left is Zatanna and the Contingency. We didn't get the Khan because I killed him first. I didn't let that happen. We didn't get the War in Heaven because I absorbed the Fallen Empires before they had the chance. I mean, they were going to use their population correctly. Also, it was free real estate. Look at all these wonderful ring worlds I got out of the War with the Robots. Several ring worlds. Not that system. Ignore that one. This one. You only got to the Khan. What are the other crises? I don't wish to spoil, but there are 4 of them.
New truths have been revealed.
There are extra dimensionals, which come from another dimension, the Unbidden. There are extra galactic, which come from outside the galaxy, which is the Scourge. There is the Contingency, which spawns from inside the galaxy, which are robots. Yes. And then they recently added the 4th, Zatanna. Well. You know what this means? The Contingency is next. But you also know what that means is Zatanna is last. I have to fight her last? You're kidding me. Oh, she's gonna have like 10,000% hull armor shields. We're boned.
A new path lies before us.
The go signal has begun. This is the beginning of the next crisis. The ghost signal. Well, this is why we're building more ring worlds to produce enough energy to afford all of these ships. Good luck, thank you. So, I will say that there is, what I was told is a type of cheat code. If you are a psionic empire, you get some boon or benefit against Zatanna. I don't know what it is. I've never done it before. But I do know that when we were doing this event with Montu Plays and Dolphin Dive Pro, it was because of Dolphin and him being psionic that we won the day against Zatanna. If it wasn't for him, we would have failed. But I still have no clue as to what it actually is. or how to do it. But we'll find out. And if all else fails, I'll throw everything and the kitchen sink at her. Oh, we will. We will. But we're saving. So I have a current storage of 17 million. If I built the ships now, my alloy production would tank. So I'd rather wait, keep what we have, build up our energy, and once we can afford it, we'll dump the rest into ships for the final fight, the final countdown. We'll see how that plays. As of right now, it's now back to the waiting game. We're gonna produce as many energy credits as possible from jobs so we can afford all of these ships. I didn't do this, but I thought about it when we were first starting to get into the crisis territory for the first one. There is a strategy that you can use to min-max your fleets. The strategy is very simple. No shields, no armor. It makes your upkeep and the cost of your ships significantly cheaper. The upkeep, 14 energy, 2.5 alloys versus 18 energy and 3.5 alloys. When you got thousands of ships, this adds up quickly. Right? And it reduces the cost. 4,300, 3,700. So every few ships will pay for another ship. The problem, though, is then you have no shields and armor. That's bad, right? Well, if you're fighting against a strength of a fleet that does so much damage that regardless of how much shield and armor you have, you get disintegrated in one hit, who cares about shields and armor? All you care about is guns. You kill them before they kill you. Doesn't matter if you have 100,000 hull if they do 200,000 damage. If they hit you, it's dead. That ship is gone. You can stack your evasion if you really wanted to. That way you completely negate the damage all entirely. But there's no point in having armor and shields if they do more damage than all of that combined. So you can min-max. But that was a little too cheesy. And it makes it difficult if you're fighting against any AI. Because then that means all of your stuff no longer has shields and armor, and then they'll have an easier time killing you. Or causing problems. So I opted not to. Also, big number go burr. I like seeing my shippies with big numbers. Makes me feel good. You know, I'd rather see a 3 million fleet than a 700,000 fleet. Also, against the first crisis or two, the first crisis, even though it's 25 times as strong, having having shields and armor, if you have enough stacked, can still deflect damage. But against the second, third, and fourth crisis, it becomes pointless. Especially if they have any penetrating stuff that just ignores shields or armor, then it certainly is pointless. Even with armor hardening or shield hardening. Oh, the hotkey. So if you have something at the bottom, you can't just click. Oh, you can't tell from there. You can just click to move it up. But if you shift click, it actually says right there, shift click. Moves it up from the top to the bottom to move things around more quickly. You've never read the tooltip? Just the same as you can hit tab to go through your planets. Or you'd press control tab to reverse through your planets. 1,000 hours? Don't worry about it, man. It happens. I was above 2,000 hours before I was told that you can add queued commands. So, civilian ship. Like, I want you to build here, and you hold down shift, then build here, then build here, then build here, and you're like, oh, poop, this planet is way more important. Well, if you shift click, then it just adds it to the end. But if you're like, no, I want you to do that first, you do control shift click. And now they do that first instead. Oh, but then I really should have done this one first. Shift click, control shift click, control shift click, control shift click, and it adds it to the beginning of their queued commands. This is very nice for science vessels. If, like, let's say you have it queued up to survey certain things, we're like, there's an anomaly, or a planet, or a precursor. Control shift, and you add it to the first, or to the beginning. Very convenient. Took me, I was over 2,000 hours before I knew that that was a possibility. Who knows if it was originally in the game or not. But I didn't know until after 2,000 hours. It happens. The lag. All right. And we wait further. Oh, the pop count? 789,000. Not enough, in my opinion. The aura broken doesn't even exist. You have 1 million pops on your homeworld? How do you fit 1 million pops on your homeworld? I didn't even know you could get that much space on your homeworld. You playing with any mods? 'Cause I don't think I've ever seen I've seen worlds with over 100,000 people. What, 1 billion? Just don't care about the downsides? Here's the problem, though, is that if you have too many people and not enough housing, you will lose pops. How did you even get up to 1 million? You had to have taken them then, right? You couldn't produce that many. The game won't let you without, modifying the default settings. Like, the only reason why I have over 700,000 is because I took most of them from everyone else. Assembly zones and loop tanks. Did you not change the logistics settings at all with your game files? Like with your the game setup when you're like designing the galaxy. Did you not change the logistics at all? There are, with the recent 4.0 and 4.1, there have been some ridiculous builds and people are like, guess what? I could have a job that increases efficiency of all jobs, including the job that increases efficiency. And so every month it increases the efficiency of increasing efficiency. Therefore, you get more efficiency, and then the next month it's even more efficiency. It's just, it just keeps stacking on itself until you're getting like millions of percents of efficiency. Doesn't apply to pop assembly. Well, it does for me.
Prepared to convene.
I had a planet that I had only like oh god, what was the building called? The Fallen Empire one, the robot manufacturing nexus, which is extra jobs. I had a whole planet that only had robot manufacturing nexus. And under the economy, the monthly pop, the pop assembly was supposed to be like 86 or 80 something a month. But the actual was only 14 because of the country growth modifier. You're too big. You got a penalty. I don't know if the country growth modifier applies to empire size or pop size. I really don't. I don't know where it comes from. But I do know that that modifier exists. A runaway loop? Yeah. Default sliders? I don't know then. Maybe it's attached to empire size. And I've always just fallen into that trap. $4,000 growth? 4,000. That is absurd.
Another eye has opened.
Another eye. Eye. Right, so the go signal. It started. Now we just need to wait for it to actually appear. However, it has been 5 hours and I got a lot of stuff still to do today. So we will be back with more of this tomorrow and the beginning of the contingency. Hopefully tomorrow we will be able to... Say that again. Hopefully tomorrow we will be able to have it spawn and defeat it within the same day. That way we'll have all of Friday to wait and fight Satana. But for now, 5 hours is really pushing my limit, and I still have a lot of other things to do. Like I said, I'm going to have guests arriving tomorrow and then the rest of them on Friday. So I still have a lot of cleaning and other work that needs to be done. So I do need to end so I can take a nap before I get back to work with vacuuming and cleaning. Oh. This is on my screen right now. The Stellaris 2 thing is still up here. Yeah. This is from our earlier conversation. I was like, oh, if they come out with a second Stellaris, this is what they should do, is they should have the 2 L's be eyes in the design. Anyways. No, don't save. Don't save that. That does not need to be saved. Okay. I thought it was a pretty good idea. All right. So, thank you everybody for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy today, feel free to follow if you haven't done so already. Do stick around for a moment as we will be doing a quick raid to someone. Once we raid them, you don't have to stick around if you don't want to. You don't have to follow them. You don't really have to do anything. But if you stay for a moment for the raid, you get free channel points, which you can use for redemptions of sound effects, cat treats, things like that. Dog treats whenever I'm on dog duty, which I currently am. But yeah, let's go see who we're gonna raid. Or fart sounds. There you go. That works too. Here is the YouTube if you want to see more content while I am not live. And here is the Discord if you want to get further into the community. Also, if you want to support me financially, here's Ko-fi. I gotta say it. I gotta put it out there. This goal needs to be met. Otherwise, I will have to quit streaming by the end of this year. I really would rather not have that happen. So, what are we rating today? Sal is live. She's playing Manor Lords. That is a good game. That is a loud ad. Is anybody playing Stellaris for the first time? Stellaris multiplayer, Mind Wacky Wednesday, streaming. None of these are first times. Okay. Let's go raid Sal today. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's adventures. Have a good night. Bye.